the media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes depending on the number of speakers.
Good evening, Burbank, and welcome to a joint meeting of the Burbank City Council with successor agency, Housing Authority and Parking Authority. Today is Tuesday, May 7th, 2024. Before we begin our meeting tonight, I ask that you join me for a moment of reflection. This moment is intended to begin our meeting with a positive and collective support of our beloved Burbank community. The City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening, both in person and virtually. And we encourage you to take a moment right now to both silence your cell phones and then reflect on our community and the work that we will be doing together this evening. Although each of us has our own unique reasons for being here tonight, we're united in our shared passion for this wonderful city that we all call home. And as we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what it means to those around us. Let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared vision and spirit of community and partnership, we'll always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. Thank you very much, everyone. And now if you'd please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Clark, how are you doing this evening?
I'm terrific. How are you, Mr. Mayor?
It's great to see you, as always. Doing well myself. Let's conduct the roll call.
Sure. Councilmember Anthony?
Here.
Councilmember Mullins?
Here.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Here.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Present.
And Mayor Schultz.
Tough one. Present.
Thank you.
All right. So, folks, there will be 2 periods of public comment this evening. Please indulge me a minute or two as I explain our process this evening. Now, members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the first period, the general public comment period this evening. First period of public comment is for general public comment on any matter concerning city business and or any agenda item. If you're here in person and would like to speak during general public comment, you can or should have already submitted a yellow public comment card to address the council. And on that card, you'll have an option to indicate either 1 minute or 3 minutes. If you elect to go with 1 minute, you will move to the front of the line. You will be taken first. If you elect to use your full 3 minutes, as is your right, we will certainly get to you after we complete the 1 minute public commenters. Now, if you'd like to participate in the general public comment by phone, please call right now at 818-238-3335. You'll be placed in a queue until all in-person public comment has been received. Now, there is a second period of public comment this evening, and that is for our only report to council, which will be a discussion of the budget proposed for the upcoming fiscal year. That public comment will only be available for those in person in the chamber, and again, you'll have the same option to elect to either use your 1 minute or your 3 minute option, with 1 minute commenters going first. So next on our agenda, we have our typical announcements, and we'll be spending a little bit more time on this evening. Tonight, we will be adjourning in memory of Burbank City employee Marcos Gonzalez. In a moment, the slideshow is going to be playing on screen as I share a little bit of detail about Marcos Gonzalez, but I want to just recognize that we're joined by his family here this evening, and I want to thank you all for making the trip and being here. And before I go on, I just want to express my profound sorrow for what you're going through right now, and just know that we are here tonight to both celebrate Marcos's life, and if nothing else, to convey to you that in your grief, we stand with you, and we too are grieving. So thank you all so much for being here. So if we can start the slideshow, I'd like to tell you all a little bit about Marcos. Marcos Gonzalez passed away peacefully on February 24th, 2024 in Brea, California. But he has an incredible story to share. He was born on May 31st, 1975 in Tijuana, Mexico, to Maria Teresa and Jesus Gonzalez. Marcos was raised in the city of La Puente and graduated from Nogales High School. And during this time, he worked at several fast food restaurants to help support his parents. And as you'll hear throughout tonight, he is someone who really would literally give the shirt off his back to help others around him. One of Marcos's earliest achievements was when he was hired by the County of Los Angeles Housing Authority, which today is known as the Los Angeles County Development Authority. He served in that capacity from 1998 to 2005. Fortunately for all of us here, Marcos joined the city of Burbank in 2005, initially as a housing services assistant before moving his way up through the ranks to the position of grants coordinator in 2011 and housing development manager in 2019. Marcos had a tremendous impact within the city of Burbank and the broader Burbank community. He was a beacon of inspiration and, as many of his colleagues would describe him, a paragon of excellence in the workplace. During his almost 19-year career in the city of Burbank, he oversaw the distribution of millions of dollars in grants to Burbank nonprofits. These programs funded new infrastructure for parks and streets, provided critical services such as eye and ear care programs, dental services for our at-risk youth, counseling services for victims of domestic violence, and rapid rehousing for those experiencing homelessness in our community. In 2017, Marcos was asked, and of course he answered that call, to help develop a homeless program for the city of Burbank. He was instrumental in creating the team of both nonprofit and internal city staff that now provide homeless services, outreach, and encampment resolution. Marcos oversaw a $2 million annual homelessness budget that funds 17 different homeless programs to date. Marcos and his team helped to house, provide shelter, and or return to their families 159 people in Burbank over the last 5 years and assisted 67 homeless households in receiving emergency vouchers. Marcos was recognized as the city's Employee of the Year in the 2018-2019 fiscal year for his work. But more than his professional prowess and unwavering kindness and generosity, which every single employee in this room tonight could certainly tell a story about, what you should know is that Marcos truly lived his life to the fullest by enjoying the very simple pleasures with his family and the people that he cared most about. He enjoyed movie nights with his kids, playing basketball and football, cleaning his pool, power washing his house, traveling the world, and being an overall and all-around amazing father and husband. Marcos had an uncanny ability to reach people in a deep and positive and meaningful way. He took pride in everything he did while always remaining true to himself, humble and modest. One of his many qualities was always wearing a smile on his face, and I can tell you there were many days where I'd be in a grumpy mood, and I saw Marcos, and he always just that infectious smile that his family could certainly tell you all about. Marcos shared his giving heart with every person that he met and made a mark on every person that calls Burbank home. And though Marcos may no longer be with us in person, I fundamentally believe that he is here tonight with each and every one of us. His spirit will continue to inspire all of us daily, and let all of us honor his memory by carrying forward the values that he embodied and that he professed in all of his work: kindness, dedication, and a passion for making a difference in both the big and the little ways. I want to close by noting that Marcos was happily married to Griselda Gonzalez, who is his partner for almost 24 years and shared Marcos with the Burbank community. He's survived by his wife and his 3 children, all of whom are with us tonight: Noah, Zara, and Vera. Thank you all so much for being here. And at this time, I would like to welcome Assistant Director of the Community Development Department, Simone McFarland, to the podium to share a few more words about Marcos.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'm going to kind of turn sideways because I want to look at everybody too as I'm going through this. And we had a argument about who was going to do this and who could get through it. So I drew this short straw, which is actually the long straw, because I would love to do this and I want to be able to get through it without falling apart. So in the Community Development Department, we have been devastated by Marcos's passing. He was a person that cared. He cared about his job, he cared about his work, and he cared about his service to the Burbank community. Marcos was the one person that all of us in Housing and Economic Development Division would turn to for guidance, support, and suggestions. Quite often, I would hear Mary Bell shooing people out of his office because they all knew that he had the time and wanted to help people. But we knew he was super busy and he didn't have time to talk. But that was Marcos. He just couldn't say no to anyone. If anyone needed help, he would go out of his way to make it happen, and he would always be the calm one in the middle of the storm. The thing I remember most about our remarkable coworker is his mischievous smile. It would accompany a little glitter in his eye, and then his face would light up, and we knew, uh-oh, we're all in trouble. Something is up his sleeve. Some new grant, a new program, something that a new partner that we should work with, and something else that he was excited about. We just never knew. He and I would often have one-sided conversations about how much work he could take on, only to have him return the next time with another idea to make the community's goals come to reality. And we know Marcos was the same at home because he excitedly shared his new adventures, upcoming vacations, projects that he was working on with his family, and he truly loved them. His wife, Griselda, and his kids meant the world to Marcos. So our hope is that you, Griselda, Noah, Zara, Sarah, Vera, know that you have friends in Burbank. We will be here for you. We hope that you will continue to share your adventures of the Gonzalez family. As we know, Marcos lives in your hearts and ours. Together, we will always be a family bound by Marcos's love.
So at this time, I'd like to invite the Gonzalez family to join us up here. So why don't you all stand right here. And Ms. McFarland and I have a number of items to present to you this evening. First, I'd like to note, and maybe Ms. McFarland can help me with this, we have from the offices of California State Senator Anthony Portantino and Caroline Menjivar, because we're lucky to have two senators here in Burbank, we have a memorial resolution and an adjournment memoriam from an adjournment that took place in Marcos's memory in our state capitol not that long ago. So we want to present these to both of you on behalf of both state senators. We also have a framed resolution from California State Assembly member Laura Friedman. That might be a little heavy. We could try to hold that for them, unless someone wants to. We also have from Congressman Adam Schiff a flag that was flown over the United States Capitol in the memory of your father. I'll take it from here, Simone. Thank you. One of the prerogatives of mayor of the city of Burbank is every so often you're able to hand out a particular distinction to the community, to community members that have really gone above and beyond to demonstrate their commitment to Burbank and what we hold most valuable. Of course, I'm talking about the key to the city. which we will be presenting posthumously to Marcos Gonzalez. And what you should know about the key to the city, it actually, we see folks hand it out from time to time, but we often don't talk about the story of what it means to receive the key to the city. In history, and of course many towns and villages across Europe and throughout the world, and an earlier time, in our medieval times, our cities were walled off and literally locked at night to keep those inside the walls of the city safe. And so, over time, a key to the city would be granted to someone who expressed profound love and appreciation and affection and helped guard the city. It was one of the highest honors that you could possibly give to someone, to literally give them the key to the city, to demonstrate that wherever they go, they're always welcome back, and they are given nothing but deep trust and affection and admiration for their service. Now, of course, we don't lock our city anymore, but this is the first key to the city and the only one that I've given out this year. And I'd like to give it to Marcos, who I said I believe and I know he is with all of us tonight, right here in this room, through you, with all of us. But I'd like to present it to his family, because I want you to know that there's nothing that I can say or do, of course, that will help with the grief in the coming months and years. But in awarding this to you, I hope that in some small way you know how much Marcos meant to each and every one of us, how much he meant to the city, and just like Marcos, all of you will always be able to come home to Burbank. We are always welcome here. So, Ms. Gonzalez, on behalf of the Office of the Mayor, I'd like to present you posthumously to your husband, key to the city, Marcos Gonzalez.
Good evening. First and foremost, I want to thank the city of Burbank for this beautiful honoring of my father, Marcos Gonzalez. You know, one of my dad's biggest fears before he left was being forgotten, not only in his kids' lives, but in his second home, the city of Burbank. And that's, you know, safe to say, absolutely impossible with the way that they've honored him, because it's beautiful to see such a hardworking dad get the recognition he deserved. And so I just want to say thank you. Thank
you. Did you? Yeah, of course, come on up. And before I hand off the mic, I just want to say I have 2 little kids at home. Your dad still loves you to this day. That never stops, okay? Yes, sir, what's your name?
Martin Gonzalez, Marcos' brother.
Yes, please.
Yes, just on behalf of my mom, she couldn't make it today. She wanted to thank the city of Burbank for the opportunity you guys gave him to shine and make us proud.
Thank you all so much. We have 7 additional announcements this evening, so we'll roll the tape on that.
The following are announcements for May 7th, 2024. The Burbank Parks and Recreation Department and RJM Design Group are holding public workshops to determine the needs of residents and stakeholders for future improvements to city parks and recreation programs. The final workshop will take place at McCambridge Recreation Center on Wednesday, May 8th at 6 p.m. Visit burbankparks.com to register. The Burbank Fire Department and Burbank Police Departments are hosting Fire and Police Service Day this Saturday, May 11th from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Police and Fire Headquarters. This is a free event with live demonstrations, food trucks, obstacle courses, and more. Please contact the Burbank Fire Department at 818-238-3473 for additional information. The Parks and Recreation Department is looking forward to another exciting summer of entertainment at the Starlight Bowl. The summer season will kick off on the 4th of July with a spectacular fireworks show and performances by Billy Nation and Mirage. Tickets are available for purchase starting Wednesday, May 15th at 10 a.m. at starlightbowl.com or in person at the Betsy Lukey Creative Arts Center located at 1100 West Clark Avenue. For more information, please visit starlightbowl.com or call 818-238-5397. The Community Development Department invites you to participate in the 4th Community Workshop and first walking tour for the Downtown Burbank Transit-Oriented Development Specific Plan Project Area. Join us on Saturday, May 18th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Community Services Building Community Room located at 150 North 3rd Street. City staff and the project consultant team will be available to answer questions and hear your comments as we update you on the project and walk around downtown. Please remember to bring water, comfortable shoes, and your great ideas. For more information, please contact Principal Planner Leonard Bechet at 818-238-5250 or visit the project website at downtownburbanktod.com. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is accepting applications for one vacancy on the Sustainable Burbank Commission for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2025. The deadline to apply is Friday, May 10th at 5 p.m. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is also accepting applications for 3 openings on the newly created Hollywood Burbank Airport Citizens Advisory Committee. The deadline to apply is Monday, May 20th at 5 p.m. The City Clerk's Office is currently accepting applications for a total of 27 upcoming vacancies on the following boards, commissions, and committees: Art and Public Places Committee, Board of Building and Fire Code Appeals, Board of Library Trustees, Burbank Water and Power Board, Civil Service Board, Community Development Goals Committee, Heritage Commission, Landlord-Tenant Commission, and Senior Citizen Board. The deadline to apply is Thursday, May 30th at 5 p.m. If interested in applying for any of these openings, apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. For more information, please contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
All right, everyone take a collective breath. I sure know I needed that. We do have 4 more presentations this evening, and to start us off, we'll be recognizing several amazing young individuals as part of the Burbank Police Foundation's annual Matt Pavelka Scholarship Award. At this time, I'd like to welcome up the president and co-founder of the Burbank Police Foundation, Mr. Michael Hastings.
Thank you. Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, staff, and families in Burbank. I am the president of the Burbank Police Foundation, but I'm also the chairman of the Matt Pavelka Scholarship Committee, which is probably one of the highest honors that I have as being part of the foundation. The mission of the Burbank Police Foundation has been and will continue to be working on a solid partnership with our entire community, with the residents, the businesses, and the institutions that we serve in order to enrich our community, to enhance the police services. And we do that through many, many programs. Arrive Alive, we feed the officers, we supply certain equipment to the police department. But again, we can't do that without the support of the citizens of Burbank. And the people of Burbank have been very generous and have always supported the Burbank Police Foundation, and we thank them all very much. With me tonight are members of the Board of Directors of the Burbank Police Foundation. If you would please stand up, but the Chief is standing already, so Chief, you don't have to stand up. For a quick recognition, thank you very much. Also, tonight, part of what we do is this committee, we go through probably 60 to 75 applications every single year, trying to figure out who should be the awardee. We don't call them winners, the awardee of the Matt Pavelka Scholarship. And I'd like to thank my committee for that, and that's Captain Dennis Cremens, retired Lieutenant Chris Welker, a Burbank police officer, and Michelle Iacoboni. These people really go through a very tough process, interviewing all of these children and reading all of their very fine applications. Normally, every year, I go through the history of Matthew Pavelka. But we're surrounded with so much negative and violence that if it's okay, I'm going to skip that tonight. And I'm just going to get to celebrating these children, young adults, excuse me. The description of that night is horrific. If people do want to follow it, you can go to the Burbank Police Foundation website, and it is there. But I do apologize for not feeling like going through that with everything that's surrounding us today. The Matthew Pavelka Endowment Fund was established after Officer Matthew Pavelka was tragically murdered. An entire community was devastated. Less than 24 hours after that incident, our community unbelievably pulled together and generosity began to pour in. Businesses, residents of Burbank, surrounding communities, kindness and support was overwhelming. The goal of the Burbank Police Foundation, in concert with Mike and Sue Pavelka, decided, how do we have Matt's legacy live on? And that's through a scholarship. And we've met so many young people over the years that demonstrate outstanding efforts that pursue vocational goals, college degrees. They're motivated. They dedicate themselves to more than just their schooling and their ridiculous grades that we see, like A+, A+, A+. Some of them are C+, which make me feel really great, because that's probably where I was in my high school. But they're all very distinctive people of integrity, and these are high school students that we're interviewing. And in solemn of the remembrance of the 20th anniversary this year of the heroic death of Matt, we're awarding each recipient a $4,000 scholarship, and they get awarded $1,000 after each year of their completion at school. It's more important for me to celebrate these young people now and to introduce to you who they are so that we can move on and celebrate Matthew through these young people. So at this time, I'd like to call the names of the people, and as I call your name, I'll be talking about quotes from their teachers or counselors that were part of their resumes that we think really were part of why we chose these people. So I'm going to have some help up here with retired Lieutenant Chris Welker and Michelle. Our first recipient, and even though we do give to Burbank High, John Burroughs, Providence, we do open it up to all the high schools. Some of the high schools don't respond. But we also do open it up to Burbank Police Officer Association young people. And why do we do that? These young people live with moms and dads that go through this every single day, and they pray they come home. It's tough. And so this year, we went over and above with what's been going on in this society. And we have quite a few recipients because the generosity of this community has said, give as many scholarships as you want, we'll cover it. And we appreciate that. But the first awardee is Colson Lloyd, who is a Burbank police officer's son, and his dad is going to accept for him because he is home with a temperature, coughing, very upset that he's not going to be here. But his dad, who is a tremendous asset we've had for years here in Burbank, his dad, but I'm just going to read about your son. Colson has developed qualities of an outstanding citizen. He found a medium to put his passion, dedication, and commitment into it, not only for personal achievement, but to further develop the necessary traits to succeed as an adult in his endeavors and as a leader. His dedication to education and swimming is truly commendable, reflecting a strong sense of responsibility and thoroughness. Whether in class discussions, projects, or extracurricular activities, Colson has shown a deep passion for his chosen path. Colson Lloyd. Here on this side. Gotcha. And you can shake hands with me. not just the has-been mayor, the real mayor. Our second recipient is Braddock Kendrick, Burbank Police Officer Association applicant. Braddock has a natural gift for discussion. Braddock, you're up here. Stand up here. Turn around so everybody can see you. Natural gift for discussion and argumentation, but in a very positive way. He's very confident with his abilities. His preparation for class has been one of his strongest attributes. Braddock is a 3-time sport athlete, has been team MVP for 2 times, captain 2 years, leading scorer throughout his career, but most importantly acted as a leader, mentor, as a role model for the players on his team. His contributions to our student body never goes unnoticed. I think he has a great balance of character and determination that is going to help him succeed at any university or career field in the future. Braddock Kendrick. And now, if the name sounds familiar, Cora Kendrick, another Police Officer Association applicant who is, again, outstanding, not to match her brother's attributes, but she has her own great attributes. On a personal level, Cora is poised, respectful, and a positive young woman. Cora is a diligent student with strong work ethic that shines when faced with academic challenges. Cora has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to her education throughout her 3 years in sports medicine program. Cora's attention to detail, work ethic, and problem-solving capabilities have greatly benefited the sports medicine program at her school. The degree of professionalism and initiative she exhibits day in and day out makes her stand out from her peers and her joy to which she works with. Cora Kendrick, who, by the way, I'm sure when we have swimming injuries in the family, she takes care of her brother. Cora. Now we have Burbank High School. Amanda French. Amanda, please come forward. Although Amanda often conveys how much she enjoys our class together, I could not possibly appreciate having her as a student more than I do. She's a soothing, calming force, and I witnessed her neighborly feeling and less fretful and more encouraged each and every day I was around her. She is the best type of young person to invest in because she, in turn, pours so much positive effort into her world and those around her. She has given back by volunteering for nonprofits, for Goodness Cakes, makes and delivering cakes for kids in foster care. She is exactly the person who is rewarding to invest in because she has overcome so much adversity. And when we interviewed her, she calmed us all, which was great. We needed it. Amanda French. And now from Providence High School, Erica Agazarian. Erica. Erica is one of the brightest, intrinsically motivated, and devoted students I have had the pleasure of knowing. She ranks within the top 5% of her graduating class, and by graduating will have successfully completed 10 hours and 7 AP courses, all while maintaining a straight A as a student athlete. She was accepted into our prestigious and competitive medical program in her freshman year. She has also devoted 8 years of her life as a student of music. Her participation in our cross-country and track team over the last 2 years has taught her exceptional time management skills as she learned how to balance a rigorous course load and practices 6 times a week. Erica, you have kindness in your blood. We learn through your generosity and consciousness that you make every person you meet another positive addition to your life. Erica Agrazarian. John Burroughs High School. Nana Bahambi. Nana? Nana is a resourceful, bright, ambitious, promising young lady. She is a leader and a positive influence to those that surround her. She is part of the JBHS Medical Academy, and those students are held to a higher standard of integrity and academic excellence and are required to take additional rigorous courses along with completing an internship and a portfolio. In addition to her academic pursuits, Nana has made a significant impact in her school and community. Her sense of commitment, combined with her intelligence, will assure her success in any goal she sets. And her dream is cardiac. And after going through cardiac issues myself, she started diagnosing me, but I'll stick with my cardiac. Anyway, Nana, congratulations. John Burroughs High School again. Rachel Payne. What makes Rachel stand out from other teens is her earnest striving to always do her best. Rachel consistency puts forth her best effort and shows her commitment to learning and personal growth. She has been actively involved in various extracurricular activities. She earned the Girls Tennis Scholar Athlete Achievement Award and the Girls Tennis JV Most Positive Award in 10th and 11th grade. Additionally, her membership in clubs such as Key Club, Fellowship Christian Athletes, ASL Club, and Hiking Club demonstrates her commitment to the school community. I am confident that she will continue to excel and make a positive impact on any academic community that she undertakes. This is Rachel Payne. We are going to have one picture here, and then I'd just like a quick 2-minute closing, if I may. So just a quick picture, if everybody could gather together. You can get on this side if you like. Yeah. Don't be shy. You weren't shy during the interview. Yeah. Come on, Rachel. You got it, Ross?
Squeeze in just a little bit more.
You got it?
Okay, right there. 1, 2, 3.
Great. You guys may be seated now. I won't mention any names, but 2 of these young ladies, when they were interviewed, go to 2 different schools. Each one, when they heard that the other one had applied, said, you know, if I don't get this, she should. I mean, that's the kind of community we have. And it is our pleasure to commemorate all of their accomplishments, but more importantly, the parents, the teachers, the staffs at all the schools, and this Burbank community. We thank all of them for supporting our young people. We don't have a future without them. And this is a very prime example of what Burbank leadership turns out. And through the Burbank Police Foundation, who once again, I said it earlier, we are not an association and a foundation without the community. And so, because of your generosity, we spend your money well, and we do appreciate it. And we will continue to do that, continue to honor our young people, protect our law enforcement, make them feel at home. And the other thing, great comment on a ride-along. I was riding with an officer that did a transfer over from another department. I won't say what it was. And he said, you know, that other department, when we cruised the neighborhood, they gave us the finger wave. In Burbank, we get the 5-finger wave. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Congratulations to all of the awardees.
Thank you very much.
Well, while we wait for the backup microphone to arrive, I'm going to do this a little bit more informally. Apparently, I talked so much, I broke the mic, so my bad, everyone. Our next presentation this evening is a proclamation declaring the month of May 2024 as Older Americans Month, and, as if that weren't cause for celebration enough, we'll be recognizing this year's Peter McGrath Older American Volunteer Service Awardee. Yes. At this time, if I can have Ara Bayajian from the senior board come on up and join me at the podium. Thank you so much for being here, sir. Okay, so I'm going to have you stand right here, and I'm going to try to project so that people at home can pick up on this. So, as mayor, I get to issue a couple of proclamations, and I want to thank you so much for being here to receive it. I'm going to read it, and then if you have a few brief words, you don't have to, but if there's anything you'd like to add, you can. Whereas the month of May is Older Americans Month, a time for us to recognize and honor the city of Burbank's older adults and their immense influence on every facet of American society. And whereas this year's theme, Powered by Connection, emphasizes the profound impact of meaningful interactions and social connection on the well-being and health of older adults in our community. And whereas through their wealth of life experience and wisdom, older adults guide our younger generations and carry forward abundant cultural and historical knowledge. And whereas older Americans improve our communities through intergenerational relationships, community service, civic engagement, and so many other activities. And whereas communities benefit from people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds when they have the opportunity to participate and live independently. And whereas the city of Burbank must ensure that older Americans have the resources and support needed to stay involved in their communities, thereby reflecting our commitment, our true commitment to inclusivity and connectedness. Now therefore I, Nick Schultz, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Older Americans Month, and I call upon all of our residents to join me in recognizing the incredible contributions of our older citizens and promote programs and activities that foster connection, inclusion, and of course support for our older adults. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Mayor. This is for you. Would you like to say a few words? Okay. Here you are.
Mayor Schultz and
There we go.
okay, Mayor Schultz and council members, thank you very much for this honor on behalf of my senior board friends. We appreciate this, and we promise that we're going to keep continuing helping with our suggestions and ideas that we give, and you think about it. And we appreciate your hard work and leadership. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. A quick photo. Oh my gosh, yes, if we have the rest of the senior citizen board, come on up. Let's do it. Do you want to introduce them?
No, okay, I don't. Okay. Well, I know that person. Michael, Marva.
Let's do our photo. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, of course. Of course. And that's not all. At this time, I'd like to welcome Kim Freed, Recreation Supervisor from our award-winning Parks and Recreation Department, to introduce this year's award winner.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz and council members. May has been exciting. It is Older Americans Month, and I'm honored to be here today to announce this year's Peter McGrath Older Americans Volunteer Service Awardees. This award was renamed in December 2019 in honor of Peter McGrath. Mr. McGrath was a respected community member who dedicated his time to volunteering on various city boards, committees, and commissions. These very deserving individuals were selected by an evaluation committee composed of 3 representatives from the Burbank Senior Citizen Board, Supporters of Senior Services, and the Jocelyn Center Committee. Qualifications for being nominated are you must be at least 60 years of age, be a resident of Burbank, and have volunteered a significant amount of time for the betterment of the community. The committee was charged with the responsibility of making these selections based on the information provided only on the application, a difficult task indeed. This award is designed to honor and encourage older adults to continue to be actively involved in their community. The following awardees certainly reflect the National Older Americans Month theme for 2024, Powered by Connection. At this time, Mayor Schultz, if you could please join me at the podium as we present these certificates. I am pleased to announce the awardees for the City of Burbank's 2024 Peter McGrath Outstanding Senior Volunteer Service Award. Our first awardee is Linda Barnes. We have a fan club. Linda has volunteered tirelessly for the Burbank community. She has been a member of the Burbank Association of Realtors, board member for over 40 years, a member of the Civil Service Board, which she chaired 5 times, served on the Traffic Commission, which she chaired 2 times, member of the Charter Review Committee, and received the Diamond Award twice for the City of Burbank, from the City of Burbank, to name a few. Linda is also one of the founders of the Burbank on Parade, and she served as president for 2 years. A member of the Burbank's 100th Anniversary Committee, Burbank Temporary Aid Center volunteer, very active in her church, including choir, worship team, and feeding the hungry. She was also instrumental in negotiating with the city to place equestrian warning signs for the traffic entering the Rancho area. As you can see, Linda is very active in our community. Linda can also be described as reliable, resourceful, knowledgeable, and most importantly, kind. Linda definitely lives up to Powered by Connection. You can see why Linda is an outstanding volunteer. Thank you. Linda, would you like to say anything? Do you want to say anything? Do you want to say anything? You have the mic one by one. Yeah.
Oh, please, yes, absolutely. Linda Barnes, everybody.
Thank you. I'm going to be very brief. After all these wonderful people who are honored tonight, I feel very humbled. I first want to thank the whole city of Burbank because it's just been such an honor to live here. I never thought I'd be honored as an older American, but here I am. I want to thank my friend Diana, who nominated me in the first place back in the times. Thank you. And she's actually a muckety-muck in the Burbank Water and Power Department now. So, and my partners Barry and Karen, and my daughter Erica, all supportive people who, and lots of people in this audience tonight that I won't try to name because, you know, I'm older American, so. And of course, the mayor, who I've had the pleasure of working with recently, and thank you all very much.
While we figure out pictures, I'm going to go on to the next one. Hey, Linda, we're going to do a picture. Real quick. Real quick. You
Most
know,
people try to get away getting a picture with the mayor, but we got you.
our next awardee this evening is Carol Collins. Carol has been extremely involved over the last 50-plus years. Carol is a member of the Burbank Tuesday Noon Rotary Club, where she has been on the Programs Committee and the Student of the Month Committee. She has also assisted with buying caps and gowns for the seniors at Monterey Continuation High School, assisted with the book drive for Disney Elementary School, and assisted with Home Again Los Angeles, which helps get individuals experiencing homelessness off the streets into homes and back into the workforce. Carol is also active on the Burbank High School Reunion Committee for her class, where she has served as a chair for the past 12 years. She also started the Scholarship Fund, which awards a $1,000 scholarship annually to a student with at least a 3.0 GPA who intends to attend a trade school. The other scholarship, in honor of a former history teacher at Burbank High School, goes to a student with at least a 3.5 GPA and is involved in sports, philanthropic clubs, and has at least 200 service hours. Carol has also been active for over 20 years in the philanthropic educational organization, which raises funds for women in education. Carol served on the Burbank Centennial Committee. She is involved with the Burbank Elks, where she helps raise money for veterans and education. I could continue the list, but with many more contributions Carol has made, but I believe you can see she has definitely gone above and beyond to serve our community. Carol is a powerhouse of energy. She uses her time, skills, and energy to volunteer and help others. She thrives on connection, getting to know and assist people she meets everywhere she goes. She is a wonderful friend to so many. Carol continues to be a very active volunteer and hasn't let her battle with cancer slow her down one bit. She is hardworking, helpful, and inspiring. Carol definitely depicts powered by connection. In addition, I am proud to announce that Carol will be representing the City of Burbank and will be honored as our 2024 awardee recipient for the Los Angeles County Commission for Older Adults Volunteer Service Award.
Mayor Schultz and members and all of my friends and family. I am still in shock. Megan over here, whose mother is my knitting teacher, read about this award, and I still have the honor of being in Rotary, and I met Peter McGrath, who was a wonderful inspiration in his 90s and very active. And as I look at this audience tonight, and I see my sister, Carolyn, her daughter, my wonderful boyfriend, Harold, Sonny, Nat, Rubenfeld, and Alma, and my dear neighbors Judy and Charlie, and all my knitting friends, Marlona, Anne-Marie, who wrote the script that I'll get her later, and Pam and John, and I could go on. Being 79, I know a few people. I was born at St. Joe's, and I live in the house I grew up in, and my neighbors are still taking care. We watch out for each other, and the community of Burbank, like Lori has found from being with Scott Lachaz, who's with his 90-plus-year-old mother at Rotary tonight. We look out for each other. As a former high school teacher, I graduated from Burbank High, but I ended up teaching at Glendale High. And when I see students tonight, like Odette, who recognized me from 2002, who's on the home committee, it makes me so grateful and so proud that I live in this city, and people like our great mayor that came into Rotary, and Stephanie, and my friends here, Mike and Julie, and Dr. Sandman over here, and Wagner. I thank you for letting me ramble, but I had to say it because I'm so very grateful and very standing there smiling. And it's just wonderful to be in this city, and thank you for the recognition. And I'm happy that I can still put one leg in front of the other and help people that are not as fortunate as some of us. God bless all of you.
Mayor Schultz, would you like to say a few words?
Oh, absolutely.
I figured you would.
Thank you. You know me too well. Of course I'm going to say something. No, I just want to congratulate both Carol and Linda. I can think of two no more deserving people than both of you. I just hope that as I grow older and continue to serve my community, I hope that I have half the passion and stamina that you both have. You are a tremendous, both of you, tremendous role models. I can think of no more deserving people than the both of you. Congratulations again on behalf of the entire City Council. Sorry, everyone. I keep running through the mics. I don't know what's going on tonight. All right. So as a bunch of fans and well-wishers probably make their way towards the exit, I'm just going to tee up our next presentation. Our third presentation this evening is a proclamation declaring the month of May 2024 as Mental Health Awareness Month in the city of Burbank. And tonight we have three representatives with us from Family Service Agency of Burbank. So when I call your name, come on up here. Oh, sorry, two representatives. So that would be Lori Blake and Taylor Foxhole. Okay. So there is a lot we could say about mental health and the need for services in our community, so much so that this is the longest proclamation that I have done. So rather than keep you all here, I just want to highlight some of the clauses, and then of course, Lori, if you have anything that you'd like to say, either of you, would love to have you share some words with the community. So, whereas there is no health without mental health, and mental illness is both real and prevalent. And whereas all residents of Burbank may experience times of difficulty that will affect our mental health and well-being at some point in our lives. And whereas the City of Burbank recognizes the need for partnerships to provide robust mental health services, such as and especially including our Burbank Mental Health Evaluation Team, which is a cooperative effort between the Burbank Police Department and Los Angeles County, as well as school-based counseling program and student care centers, which are very generously and exceptionally operated by Family Service Agency of Burbank, a cooperative support effort with the city and our school district. And whereas FSA is a community-focused, community-based, not-for-profit mental health care center that has been committed to providing all members of our Burbank community, adults, youth, and families, equal access to quality mental health care in Burbank for 71 years, providing life-changing and often life-saving care to generations in our community. And whereas Family Service Agency of Burbank's vision for Burbank is a safe, healthy, meaningful life for every individual, and their mission is to provide counseling, prevention, education, and advocacy to empower children, adults, and families to achieve psychological, emotional, and social wellness. And quite frankly, I could say so much more, but for the sake of time, I won't. Now, therefore, I, Nick Schultz, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Mental Health Awareness Month in the City of Burbank. And I call upon all of our residents, our staff, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools in Burbank to collectively commit ourselves to increasing awareness and understanding and acceptance of those seeking mental health. The steps for our families, friends, and colleagues can take to care for their mental health, and the support available through Burbank's amazing and one-of-a-kind Family Service Agency. So with that, Lori, I'd love to turn it over to you or Taylor if you'd have a few comments you'd like to share.
Okay. I will be brief. This is a big night in Burbank, and I'm very grateful to be here. Just briefly, there are many statistics I can share with you. I'm going to share just a few. 1 in 4 adults will report a mental illness. 20% of our adolescents between 12 and 17 are going to experience a significant episode of depression. And every 11 minutes, someone dies by suicide in our country. Those are the numbers, but we all know, because we are living with it every day with our family, our friends, our colleagues, our parents, our siblings, our children, are telling us those same stories. There are names attached to every single one of those numbers, and Taylor and I, among almost 90 other folks here on Burbank Boulevard, have the privilege of knowing those names and hearing those stories and being with them and seeing them and participating and taking that journey with them. I thank the city of Burbank for this privilege that I have had the past 30 years. Now, see, I'm going to get choked up. Simone, I'm with you. To have that intimate opportunity to be with folks in those moments are a privilege and are sacred times. And I am grateful because the things that happen in Burbank don't happen in other cities. I continue to drive over an hour and a half to get here every day and then drive another hour and a half to get home for that very privilege. Because what we do here, what goes on here is not different than any other city in terms of the struggles and the challenges that face our children and our families. They're not any different. The national statistics live here, but what's different is what we do about it. What we come together every day, every week, every month to care for these folks and to honor their courage in asking for the help that they need, despite the fact that stigma and shame still is attached to these things, and that we are doing that more and more and talking about it more and more. So for me today, I just want to ask our community to continue to be curious, to ask questions, to be curious about this and continue to learn about the complexities of mental health and how that affects all of us, to be compassionate with one another, because we're all fragile, whether we know the story of the people we run into or not, we are. To be truthful and talk truth about mental health. It's real, very, very real. And if it isn't impacting you directly, I have to imagine it's impacting you indirectly. So please, 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 let's talk truth about this illness that is here. We have a crisis here, and as leaders, as members of our community, we need to speak up to that. I hope we've inspired you to that. Please ask for the help you need if you need it. It will encourage other people to do the same. And if you're not good and well, you can't care for other folks in your life. So we're here, we're on Burbank Boulevard, been there a long time. Before I go, thank you to all of you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Justin, for being the leader that you are during difficult times, and all of you for stepping up and running for office when it's not always a safe place to be. And I also want to thank all of the members that have sat in these seats throughout the years who have supported this work. We have a 24-year partnership with the city of Burbank, and that just doesn't happen anywhere else. It just doesn't happen anywhere else. So thank you for your vision, for your courage, for your willingness to sustain these kinds of services. We're not the Department of Mental Health, we're your department, and we stand by that and we'll continue to fight for that every day. So thanks so much. Sorry, I wasn't very brief. He does the real work. I just talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you both so much. And remember, folks, educate, destigmatize, and support organizations like FSA of Burbank. It saves lives. And the last presentation that we have this evening, and I just want to say we don't get to really thank these two incredible women nearly enough for the work that they do every single week for the city of Burbank. The last item is a proclamation designating the week of May 5th through 11th as Municipal Clerks Week in the city of Burbank. So I'd like to invite up Kimberly Clark, your elected city clerk, and Linda Ty, our assistant city clerk. It's a little different up here when you're in front of the podium. I get it, okay. All right, no, come on up here, Kimberly. You know the drill. All right, folks, whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world, and whereas the office of professional municipal clerk is the oldest among public servants, and whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk provides the professional link between citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of governments at other levels, they are our central cog, your direct line to your government. And whereas the professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to everyone. And whereas the professional municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and our community. And whereas professional municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, county, local, and international professional organizations. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of not only the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk, but the accomplishments and service of these two incredible women standing next to me, because you do so much day in and day out for the Burbank community. Now, therefore, I, Nick Schultz, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim the week of May 5th through 11th, 2024, as Municipal Clerks Week, and I further extend appreciation to our City Clerk, Kimberly Clark, to our Assistant City Clerk, Linda Ty, and to all professional municipal clerks for the vital services that they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent, and of course for helping me look good. So thank you so much. Congratulations to both of you. And Kimberly, would you like to say a few words?
I would just like to introduce some of my team members are here. If you would come and join me, you know who you are. We have from left to right, we have, what's your name again? Oh, yeah. Alyssa Meredith, she's administrative analyst too, and she broke my heart by telling me she got a promotion and is leaving me, so I'm still trying to get over that. And then next to her, we have Ziamara Gamez, she's our passport services manager. And then we have Melissa Decker-Menchie, she's our records manager. Maria Sanchez, our municipal records clerk. And Michelle Pina, records technician. Thank you all for everything you do. It's hard to follow Lori Blake. Is she still here? She probably went home because she has that hour-and-a-half commute. But I do have a few fun facts. I mean, they're kind of fun. We have filled more than 30 vacancies on boards and commissions this fiscal year. We have processed 147 internal and 1,722 external Public Records Act requests. And since the inception of the Passport Acceptance Program, which was started under my predecessor, City Councilwoman Suzette Mullins, we have processed more than 100,000 passport applications, which has generated $4.1 million in revenue for the City of Burbank. Thank you. Thanks for everything you do.
Take a photo, team? All right. Y'all can't get out of the photo. Right? Other people can see it.
All right.
And our next presentation, I'm kidding, that's it, everybody. Mr. City Manager, what's the report tonight?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have one item. I'd like to call up Sergeant Turner from our police department to report out on our recent drug take-back event. So, Sergeant Turner, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. For more than a decade, Burbank PD has participated in the Federal Drug Enforcement Agency's National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, which has helped Americans remove unused or expired medications from their homes. We are one of 160 agencies in California and one of over 4,300 agencies nationwide that participate in this event. The DEA Los Angeles Field Division Office recognized Burbank PD as one of the top medication collectors in LA County over the past several years and wanted to team up with us to co-host our most recent Take-Back Day, which took place on Saturday, April 27th. Take-Back Day is a no-cost event for the community to dispose of unneeded or expired medications safely and anonymously. Our community members simply drive up to our parking lot and hand their medications over to a collection point without even leaving their car. During our event on the 27th, our community once again stepped up and we collected 36 boxes, which was our part of over 10 tons collected county-wide this most recent event. These medications can be a gateway to addiction. This proper disposal of unneeded drugs saves lives and protects the environment and our overall community. According to a report published by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, most people who misuse prescription medication obtain the medicine from a family member or friend. Burbank PD hosts 2 events annually, the last Saturday in October and the last Saturday in April. We want to thank the community for continuing to utilize these take-back days to dispose of unused medications safely and responsibly, and look forward to seeing you again in October at our next event.
Thank you, Sergeant Turner. Thank you, Mr. Hess. And of course, everyone marked that down last weekend there in October. Mr. City Attorney, would you please report on tonight's closed session portion of the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, and for the benefit of the public, the City Council met this afternoon in closed session to discuss 3 separate items. The first item was a matter of existing litigation in the case of Dale Harden versus the City of Burbank pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. This was a personal injury matter. The second item was a matter of anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 and E2 with the city as a potential defendant concerning construction of the Empire Interchange improvements, one case. And finally, council met with the city's labor negotiator, Ms. Betsy McClinton, the Management Services Director, concerning negotiations with the Burbank Firefighter Chief Officer Unit and the Burbank Police Officers Association. The City Council took no reportable action this evening.
Thank you, Mr. McDougall. And thank you, everyone, for your patience. Great evening to celebrate a lot of those who are certainly well-deserving in our community. Now is the time for general public comment. In a moment, I'll be calling out the speaker's name as well as the person who is next in line to speak. And as a reminder, a timer is available on the podium so that you can see how much time you have remaining. You can choose to use this first period of general public comment to address an agendized report if you wish, but you will not be able to speak on that item later when we get to it on the agenda. We ask, of course, that you state your name for the record, and as a reminder, I will be starting with those who have elected to use 1 minute of public comment. When I have finished all of those speakers, I will clearly mention that we're now moving to 3-minute speakers. For those wishing to call in for general public comment this evening, if you haven't already done so, please call right now at 818-238-3335. You'll be placed in a queue until we have completed all in-person public comment this evening. So with that, I will note for the record that we have no commenters electing for the 1-minute option, so we'll go consider that done. I don't blame you. You had to sit and listen to me, so it's fair. First, we have Ima Fahader, and then that will be followed by Ron Bax. And if I mispronounce any names, please feel free to correct me when you come up. So, Ima, if you're here.
I know. It's pronounced Ima Fahader.
Okay.
Okay, boy, I forgot what I was going to say. I hope if I'm standing on a trap door here, you'll take your finger off the button. I read the budget coming up, and I was thinking when you folks, all 5 of you, went around and you wanted to get elected and you introduced yourself to folks, you didn't talk about making things harder and raising fees on people, but you do it at every opportunity you can. You make things difficult. Now, I'm probably never going to pay these fees, and I bet you folks will never pay some of these fees directly, but we're all going to pay them indirectly. So my purpose of coming here tonight is to ask you and to provide an alternative. How about you ask all your department heads to reduce the budget, maybe reduce their budgets by 5% or 3%, and let's give some folks a break. If you got, if you looked at the price of gas, and I got a car insurance bill from AAA, and I mean, it's insane what's going on. So make things easier. Think about cutting out the overtime, or at least moderating the overtime for your employees. It's out of control, the salaries within this city. Now, I always have these signs, and I'm going to have a sign and talk with you and talk with others about the school district and the bond that they've already put on the November 5th ballot. And I'm concerned about it because that makes things harder for people too. And I think that entities like yourself and the school board should live within their budget and manage the money that they have, which in the school district's case is over $200 million. So they make a lot of mistakes over there, and they're very wasteful. And I go to these meetings and I ask questions. Every meeting I ask questions, and they don't answer them. The superintendent largely doesn't, and definitely the 5 school board members does it. And I wonder what they're hiding over there, really, because I ask simple questions. I ask about the language in the ballot measure the last time, and they of course ignored me. But a high school student, a teenager, came up and said something about it being an investment. Well, an investment, you expect to get certain returns. Over there, state testing reveals that less than half of our kids can pass the state testing scores on a variety of parameters. And that concerns me. And the results don't change, and they don't talk about changing them, largely. So they took turns praising this teenager who came up, and they didn't answer some simple questions about this bond. And I think that's notable. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment, and bravo on the name. Got me. Next we have Ron Bax, followed by Isabel O'Maro.
You're waiting for me. I got to check on it all. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. My name's Ron Bax. I got my name out this time. I want to dispute the claim of the January 31st, 2023 meeting and the last meeting that the survey conducted April 22nd showed Burbank residents wanted rent control. They did not. I addressed that misrepresentation April 23rd, 2023. What was presented to respondents was goals that could be considered as part of the city Burbank plan to be more housing and equal housing opportunities for all. The choices being reference, rent control was not rent control, monetary control of rents, rent caps, or rent stabilization. It was strengthening rent control regulations, which is a whole different universe. It was also the first of the list of the choices in all cases, making it more likely choice, along with the second one to all respondents. My timer's not running. I appreciate it, but okay. There were 4 others, split 2 to one group and 2 to another group, which all in one way or another advocated increasing housing stock for carrots and a stick. Strengthening rent control regulations came out 4th in extra high priority, 5th in major priority, 4th in minor priority, and it was number 1 in not a priority. Overall, it was 6th out of 6. The sum of the percentages was 376 out of 600, meaning if all respondents were presented with all 6, they would have an average chosen 4, kind of like at a smorgasbord. I'm not sure, but I'll try it. How can you use this kind of broadly targeted survey for such a consequential decision? It is especially hard to understand how the data could be interpreted as yes to rent control when 54 to 59% of respondents own the property they live in. You have to also consider that it was taken at the height of the shortly thereafter the COVID-19 pandemic. Where? Okay. What were they thinking? Strengthening meant reining in much prioritized abuses housing providers had been subjected to. At that time, there was a plethora of temporary laws focused on protecting tenants and the economy with talk of extending them. There also was a lot of discussion about the aid for housing providers by the way of helping tenants. Needless to say, help for tenants was blanket efforts, whereas help for housing providers required tenant participation and had bureaucratic hurdles. A lot, if not all of those problems, needs, and laws are no longer. I reprinted the April 23rd presentation for last year, so you don't have to go through your files looking at it for it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next we have Isabel O'Maro, followed by Karen Volpe.
Hello, Council. This is Linda Besson. I'm Isabel O'Maro, and I am so excited to be here because I have to tell you something wonderful. This Saturday, May the 11th, from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m., the outstanding local nonprofit Elevate Burbank presents our third annual free multicultural festival called Celebrate Burbank. Celebrate Burbank is an all-ages, family-friendly event that will be held in the parking lot at the corner of Buena Vista and Empire. When you come to Celebrate Burbank, you are going to be blown away by the variety and diversity of our performers. A collection of world music and international dance like you've never seen in our town. There will be performances of, and I'm going to take a deep breath here, Colombian, Ukrainian, mariachi, reggae, Latin, funk, Russian, Persian, Armenian, Spanish flamenco, French can-can, gospel, R&B, Indian, pop, salsa, polka, Egyptian, alt-rock. Young performers from the Boys and Girls Clubs, a Frozen sing-along in our Kids Zone, which will also feature more live music, magicians, face painting, rock painting, crafts, and a percussion circle. There will be food trucks. There will be vendors selling marvelous things in our expo area. Our creative zone will be full of vibrant art and artists, and there will be a lot of information about some wonderful things happening in Burbank from some of its best nonprofits. Time and time again, Burbank residents say they want more events. Events they can take their families to. Well, this is exactly what you want. It's colorful, it's diverse, and it's going to be so much fun. The nice folks at Elevate Burbank have worked very hard to do something truly different. If you come to Celebrate Burbank, you know what's going to happen. It's going to get bigger and better, and honest to goodness, we think that eventually it can become Burbank's signature springtime community event. This Saturday, May the 11th, from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m., the corner of Buena Vista and Empire, the Celebrate Burbank Festival. Look for the signs. And remember, the only thing better than a terrific event like this is a free, terrific event like this. For more details, you can find us at elevateburbank.org or on Facebook and Instagram at @ElevateBurbank. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing, for your comment. Next, we have Karen Volpe, followed by Trina Pitchford.
Good evening, everyone. Wow, what a lovely evening already with all the presentations and so emotional. I don't know how you guys do it. I'm exhausted. I can't wait to go home. Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, City Council members, and city staff, along with everyone here tonight and those watching at home. I'm Karen Volpe, the current chairman of Leadership Burbank, a proud class member of Leadership Burbank 2010-2011. Mary Alvord and Sue Giorgino's first class. I'm here tonight with several of our board members to bring your attention to a request for funding that we have submitted for your consideration. With over 600 LB alumni, we have seen over the years many graduates that stay involved in our community and are active and proud leaders and valued contributors throughout all facets of Burbank. They roll up their sleeves for our nonprofit organizations. They join boards and commissions that support a huge variety. We just heard Kimberly talk about how many positions she just filled. I'm sure many of them are LB graduates. And our alum support a huge variety of needs for our city. LB alum also served as many current and past elected officials. Just look at many of you. Many of our nonprofits make it a point to show up at our graduation and shop for future board members. Our class participants join us from a wide range of professions, from city government, police and fire departments, healthcare, the entertainment industry, Burbank Water and Power, and nonprofit organizations. We are grateful for how much our community embraces Leadership Burbank. Year after year, we are continually appreciative for the support from Warner Brothers, Hollywood Burbank Airport, Burbank Unified School District, Providence St. Joseph's, the Worth Group, the Cusimano Real Estate Group, Metropolitan Culinary Services, Nickelodeon, the Burbank Chamber of Commerce, Woodbury, and Disney. Since its conception, Leadership Burbank has been a very small nonprofit. Most of our fundraising efforts and tuitions goes towards supplies and paying our facilitators. For 29 years, we have not come to the city for any funding other than the tuition for participants from the city. Our board is made up of a variety of leaders in our community, most of who have demanding full-time positions. We are grateful for the time they so generously give. We also have a part-time administrator, so there's not much room in our budget. We have spent the last year interviewing some directors of other leadership programs. I believe you have all received a copy of our growth plan. We are happy to meet with any of you anytime to discuss further. In addition to the request from the city, we are also doing an aggressive outreach campaign to our alumni. We look forward to continuing our partnership with the city of Burbank.
That's your time.
Oh, that's it?
It goes
okay.
so quick.
Well,
Thank
I'm done.
you.
Good. Okay. The Chamber of Commerce and many of our other supporters as we move into the next chapter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Trina Pitchford, followed by Eric Rowley.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff, and everyone here at the Chamber and at home. I am Trina Pitchford. I am a proud class member of Leadership Burbank 2013 in the House, current Vice Chair of the Board of Directors for Leadership Burbank. Karen and I, along with our fellow board members, are here to bring your attention to our request for support for our growth campaign, spanning the charity's next 3 fiscal years. Leadership Burbank is in a period of transition with our beloved facilitators of 14 years, Sue Georgino and Mary Alvord, who are retiring in just a few weeks. So we invite everyone to come to the current class graduation and a party for Sue and Mary at Woodbury University on May 15th. You can RSVP on our website at leadershipburbank.org. In its 29th year, having served all corners of Burbank, LB is in an exciting position to enhance the outstanding foundation of our leadership programs, further the continued development of contemporary leaders in the community, and implement the future class projects that benefit our vibrant and growing city. As Karen mentioned, LB has already graduated over 600 participants from the program and completed numerous projects providing goods and services in Burbank that estimate a total of about $1 million. Projects include trees that line the Whitnall Highway, outdoor recreation spaces for the Jocelyn Senior Center and BCR Place to Grow, elementary school violins and water filling stations at Burbank Unified Schools, improvements at local charities like the VFW, Boys and Girls Club, BTAC, Kids Community Dental Clinic, and this year's class project, A Cause for Paws, benefiting the animals at Burbank Animal Shelter. As with any transition over the past 6 months, the board has convened a series of meetings to learn and discuss our history and growth possibilities with our partners, alumni, and past board presidents. And we now have a 3-year strategic plan. Yay. Which includes creating more infrastructure for the charity and a more robust fundraising plan, which will allow us to better serve Burbank. We believe that we can continue to adapt and make our premier leadership programs relevant to today's leadership issues, while also improving our engagement of our alumni and our efforts to help build a better Burbank. In March, we launched the plan and began our celebration of Sue and Mary's legacy. We are happy to report that we already have been receiving donations, but we look to the city to continue to be our essential partner of Leadership Burbank during this 3-year growth period. Over 100 city employees have participated in the program, have served or currently serve on our board of directors, and the city's structure, its operations, its successes, its challenges are all part of the course curriculum. With your help and the help of the Burbank community, LB can continue to evolve. And we appreciate your consideration of our request and welcome the opportunity to meet with you. And we thank you for your service for the community and your support of Leadership Burbank. I did it.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Eric Rowley, followed by Stephanie Girard.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, honorable city council members. My name is Eric Rowley, and I proudly serve as the president of Burbank Firefighters Local 778. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank our city leaders, including our city manager's office, financial services, the mayor and city council, and the fire chief for prioritizing public safety and especially our fire department in this proposed budget. This budget reflects the values of our city, and our firefighters are grateful that the investment in public safety are grateful for the investment in our public safety and our fire department. We are partners in protecting the people and property in the city of Burbank, and the City Council has listened to our calls to support the Burbank Fire Department. As the budget report states, our city continues to grow with the opening of new businesses and several large-scale development projects in the works, so it's critical that our city services continue to keep pace to meet the demand. We support the department's request for funding to expand the EMS division by implementing a peak hour ambulance pilot program, and we are very pleased to see that includes an upgrade of 3 emergency incident technicians to fire captains. The proposal also includes a new ambulance, which is well overdue. This will ensure the highest level of quality control, oversight, and effectiveness in the department. We also support the request for turnouts, supplies, and staffing to support a fire recruit academy. These are all items that contribute to keeping our firefighters safe, properly equipped, and adequately staffed. Additionally, we are encouraged to see the request to replace defibrillators and add more Lucas devices to increase positive patient outcomes for cardiac arrest calls. We've advocated for these life-saving devices in the past budget cycles, and we are glad to see more of them included in this year's proposed budget because they make a difference. We recognize that these budget items offer support to maintain and help grow our department. The Burbank Fire Department has a proud history of providing exceptional fire prevention, suppression, and emergency medical care in Southern California. These proposed investments in the BFD are instrumental to maintaining our status as a first-class fire department and to continue the momentum to build the type of department that our growing city needs. Thank you for your ongoing support of our department and our firefighters.
Thank you for your comment and for your service, Mr. Alley. Next, we have Stephanie Gerard, followed by Cindy Pease. Oh, sure. So we'll do Cindy Pease first, then Stephanie Gerard.
Thank you, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Nikki Perez, and honorable city council members, and city manager and staff. Thank you all. As a retired controller, I'm going to give you a different perspective on the nice, clean budget that you guys put together, which is fabulous. I'm going to point out just like 4 things. Retail is projected at 26% of your revenue. Services, 10%. And what do I got here? Hotels, 6%. That's 42% of your revenue. And I'm here to say that with a very slight addition, we can bring this all up by 10% over 2 years, okay? First of all, you've got intergovernment money at 30% that comes in for all your other projects. That intergovernment money built this 1948 mural with your 4 freedoms. Okay, of course it came from outside. And the money that you spend on that 30% goes to fire and police, which is 50% of your expense. And that is reflective of a healthy city. Okay, you're providing the services that support the community, which is what this money is all about. Then you've got your Parks and Rec at 14% and the library at 4%. So that's 18% of the total money. Now, what the arts does for this community could be very much increased, okay, as far as your revenue goes. We're asking for I'll call it an arts deputy, which you'll see in other sister cities. And what that art, it's like it was 0.03 of 1% of the Parks and Rec budget to include that arts deputy in there. Over a 2-year period, that arts deputy can get grants that will help pay for their own payroll, help support repair and renovation for Starlight Bowl and the venues, and even some events here in the city that bring your tourists in. So there's your hotel, okay, and also services purchased through the restaurants. Currently, Burbank is going through a very major change between Omni at the mall, and just so you know, Macy's is going to stay. I don't know if you know that. You probably do. Okay. So the bottom line here is I am advocating for this arts deputy. I've seen it happen in West Hollywood, in Culver City. There's a number of places similar that and I just looked up percentages, and I divided them into the total of the revenue or the expense, just so you know how I got my percentages. I didn't just invent those numbers. And so they just wanted me to kind of open up the discussion for the rest of everybody who's going to talk about the arts in Burbank. And first of all, you have an excellent Parks and Public Places Department. Excellent. You're the team there. I take 4 art classes a week. Your team it's fabulous, all of them, even from all the
Thank you
areas.
for your
Thank you.
comment. Thank you. Next, we have Stephanie Gerard, followed by Monica Pomoy.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. My name is Stephanie Gerard, and I'm a fellow member with Cindy and several others here of the Cultural Arts Commission. I'm here to support the amazing Parks and Rec Department in their proposal for an additional supervisor position dedicated to the cultural affairs and the Community Services Division. We have been growing the arts and culture activities in partnership with the Parks and Rec staff with their support of previously allocated funds by the City Council. We are growing programs such as the Electrical Box Art Program, our Arts Grant Program, numerous mixers, arts activities, and cultural events. I would urge you to approve this additional position so we can continue to grow our cultural programs and reach our goals laid out in the cultural arts framework. On a personal note, I will be participating at the Elevate Burbank event this Saturday. I am hosting a community chalk art labyrinth where we'll do a 24-foot diameter labyrinth and invite the community to color it in and participate in that event. That'll be part of the arts area, and I hope you'll come and enjoy and do some coloring or bring little ones to participate. And on another note, I want to say that truly at Parks and Rec, like Cindy said, I take classes at the Betsy Luke Center. The staff there goes above and beyond. The administrative staff is like, whatever we come up with, they're like, okay, how can we make it happen? And we want to give them another position that's dedicated to us, because they're spread so thin with the Starlight Bowl, all their sports activities, everything that they do. They just work their butts off, and and they deserve to have a dedicated position to focus on all the things that we work so hard for in this community to make it bigger and better and more fun. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Monica Pomoy, followed by Christy Lisinski.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz and the City Council member and City staff. My name is Monica Pomoy. I am one of the commissioners on the Cultural Arts Commission. I'm also employed at the Walt Disney Company, and I think what's obviously unique about our community, right, is the fact that we have these major entertainment studios with us. And I think that's how we know the importance of entertainment and art and culture to a community. So we have an incredibly vibrant art community, and we want to foster that and support it. And I think that's what we're doing on the commission. I'm really proud of the work that the commission is doing. It is a lot, more than I recognized initially. But like my fellow commissioners have said, we have the Starlight Bowl, we have the Betsy Lukey Center, we have the art festivals, we have the utility boxes that we all love to drive by when you're sitting in traffic. And at the end of the day, I think it just makes our town really awesome. And we want to encourage and foster art and creativity here. And that takes work. That takes someone to manage all of that. That takes not just the commission with all these really great ideas, but someone to implement those ideas. And that is why I am here today to encourage City Council to support the creation of the Cultural Arts Supervisor position that is in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Christy Lisinski, followed by Joe Pimienta.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, council members, and city staff. My name is Christy Lisinski. I'm a proud Burbank resident and homeowner since 2017. I've worked in the arts and nonprofit field in Los Angeles for the last 25 years, and I am here to urge the council to support funding for the new Cultural Affairs Supervisor position requested by the Department of Parks and Rec. As the grants consultant hired in February of 2023 by the City Parks and Rec Department, I have worked closely with members of the Cultural Arts Section team to develop the new Community Arts Grant Program supporting cultural projects in the city of Burbank. Artists, arts organizations, and artistic activities in general can play a valuable role in the economic development and long-term health and sustainability of Burbank. Research shows that communities with a vibrant cultural scene are more desirable to live in, have greater economic stability, and attract a more diverse and educated workforce. It is critical for the city to have a subject matter expert leading your cultural team with the knowledge of the local, state, and national arts ecosystem. Someone who can advocate for the arts, build relationships, and help implement the new cultural arts plan, which is currently under development, and grow the arts footprint in the city. Funding this position will send a message that Burbank is serious about its support of the arts and believes in its important role in the community. Thank you to the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission for continuing to push for the policies and resources that other cities have already incorporated into their community's cultural programs, and the Department of Parks and Rec for recognizing the important need for this position within your workforce. And I urge you to support their proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Joe Pimienta, followed by Eric Connor.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and everyone present in the chambers. I have a few things to mention, so I'm going to try to run through them as quickly as possible. First, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the courage and the bravery of college students across the nation and the world even, of standing up for their First Amendment right and being confronted with violence because they are standing for the need to say ceasefire, permanent and immediate ceasefire. These college students are being confronted with police, with rangers, with all forms of law enforcement for non-violently protesting. So that is going on. These college students, our future, these kids are demonstrating an incredible amount of courage. So I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that. Secondly, I attended the Tenant Landlord Commission last night. Very interesting because there was a presentation on something that has been happening around, which is the rate utility billing service. So if any of you have any interest or curiosity on it, I would encourage you to seek more information about it. The presentation that happened yesterday was very eye-opening. I would like to share more details about that, but again, I leave that to the commission, which are doing an excellent job. And like I said, great meeting all around. Thirdly, there will be an event on May 15th by the BTMO called Bike, Walk, Breathe from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. It looks like an excellent event where it's going to be talking about how we need to have more alternative to transportation, such as biking, walking, and so on. It's a free event. I think it's going to be great, so I highly encourage you to look more into that. The BTMO is doing an amazing job. And lastly, just before my time is up, on April 23rd, the Burbank Tenant Union introduced their proposal for a rent stabilization ordinance. So I would just like to ask directly to council, have you had an opportunity to take a look at it? And if you have any questions regarding like what it consists of or anything else, please feel free to contact the Burbank Tenant Union, because as we keep saying, we need to install stronger regard rails to protect 58% of Burbank's population, which is tenants. With that, thank you very much for your service. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Eric Connor, and then my last card so far is Liz Bax.
Right. Thank you so much. You had a 3-minute break from the Cultural Arts Commission, but we come back. Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, Council members Anthony, Takahashi, and of course Mullins, and our wonderful city staff. I am Eric Connor. I'm chair of the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission, member since 2019 on the commission, and a Leadership Burbank grad with that fine gentleman to my left. I'm here tonight regarding a budget discussion item from Marissa Garcia, to my left as well, and the Parks and Recreation Department, namely the addition of a Cultural Affairs Supervisor position for the city staff. This media capital of LA deserves a full-time staff member dedicated to the arts to not only deepen the cultural and artistic footprint of Burbank, but to expand it. I've had the privilege of working alongside 8 brilliant, diligent commissioners and the terrific Parks and Recreation Department. I have lots more compliments, but time is short. Along with Arts in Public Places, also a fabulous group, we all work tirelessly to cultivate and support this city's creative work. Well, a little tired, as anyone who's received a 1 a.m. email from me could attest, which is a lot of you guys. Over time, the demand for local arts has only grown. One has to look no further than the passion exhibited in this very room over the Burbank Center stage. Guess you can say we're a victim of our own success. Simply put, we now need more help and expertise to take us to the next level, like our sister cities have. I had no idea it was hard to say that term. Thanks to the generous funds from this city council, we have been going in this direction by hiring consultants to develop, market, and implement our pilot community arts grant program and our current project of identifying and updating the cultural framework of Burbank. A full-time staff member can help ensure these projects progress and are only the beginning. To paraphrase Dr. Seuss, oh, the places we can go. And I know the City Council supports our collective goals because I see you guys at our galleries, dance troupes, plays, orchestras, comedy shows, and because what's good for the cultural and artistic scene is good for the community and for our economy. And since I can never leave this microphone without plugging something, well, I can't really up what they said already about Elevate Burbank, but I will remind you it is this Saturday, 11 a.m. to 4 p.m., and they are a grants recipient, so we're very proud of the work they've already done. It will be a fabulous gathering this Saturday. The Short and Sweet Hollywood Theater Festival is over at the Victory Theater. It's going on for a month. And May 22nd, actually, we have our own event at the Boys and Girls Club. Cultural Arts Commission presents a discussion, and you get to see and hear the stories from local photography legends Ross Benson, Bonnie Burrow, and David Laurel. So, a lot going on. BurbankArts.com/calendar. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. My last in-person public comment card is Liz Bax.
City Council and staff. Hi, I'm Liz Ludwig. Liz Ludwig Bax, and I've been a resident of Burbank for many, many years. My sister-in-law is a quiet individual. Her name's Kim, and she's so lovely. And she's been wanting to speak to you all, but she finds it hard to speak publicly. But I don't have that problem. So I'm going to try to speak a little bit for her. I was chatting with my sister-in-law, Kim, the other day regarding taking care of our elderly parents and how much taking care of our parents in older age can be just about their finances. I know it was for me when my parents were alive, and it was all about how to make the money last. My sister-in-law told me that her parents led a frugal life. They were being responsible so that they would have the money they would need for their physical and medical financial needs later in life. Sadly, her mother did not live to enjoy all that they were saving for. She passed away in 2004. But Kim's father, Vic Frazier, he's still alive, and that's great. He's now in assisted living and under full dementia care. This care is expensive, and keeping him in the LA area was more expensive than if he moved out of Burbank. He now resides in Ventura. His family home of many decades and now real estate investment here in Burbank covers about 40% of his financial needs, which includes his room, board, and his medical care. Vic's expenses will be limited yearly increases, is limited by yearly increases because of AB 1482. At the moment, only AB 1482 limits the amount Vic charges for his real estate investment here in Burbank. This helps to pay his expenses. Medical care in the place where Vic lives can vary between level 1, $600 a month, up to level 8, $4,400 per month. That's just the medical care, not the room and board. The balance of his financial income does not cover the balance of his financial needs. The principal is shrinking. You are considering measures that will more severely limit Vic's real estate financial return, but his room expenses will not be limited to the same degree. His board and medical expenses have no restrictions. Kim, my sister-in-law, is the trustee of this family. She cannot guarantee the estate will be able to provide the financial needs until his passing. Bringing rent control to Burbank will definitely increase this concern for Kim's family. And I end as I started. I was chatting with my sister Kim the other day regarding taking care of our elderly parents. And this time it was about her dad's rental investment in Burbank.
Thank you for your comment. We have now completed in-person general public comment, and we'll be moving on to call-in public comment. For our callers, please remember to lower the volume on your TV or computer, and take your phone off speaker when you deliver public comment so that there's no feedback and we can hear you clearly. Ms. Clark, do we have any callers on the line?
We do.
Great, send the first one through.
The first caller is Leah Harrison.
Hi, Leah, you're on with the City Council.
Hi, everybody. Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, and City Council members. My name is Leah Harrison. I am Vice Chair of the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission. And I, too, like my fellow commissioners at the meeting, am calling to please urge you to approve the funding for our Cultural Arts Supervisor. Having this position is an extremely important step in cementing the foundations which we're establishing in our city. We are very excited about the work we've been doing. We've been able to grow our cultural footprint throughout the past years, but we are one of the few cities that through the pandemic have been able to cement a grants program, which you heard about. And I guess for the sake of redundancy, I won't go into how wonderful the arts community and the Parks and Recreation staff are, but I guess by saying that sentence I just did. But they have been working overtime, doing their due diligence. I have never seen people so dedicated in making sure that the health and welfare and well-being of this city is taken care of. And it's time that our city have a full-time arts position. Every other city has it. And for the sake of the mores that in Burbank, which we believe that the arts and culture are vital to the health of our city, please, please, please support that for us. Thank you for all of the support you always give us, and have a wonderful night. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Ms. Clark, next caller, please.
The next caller is George Giroux.
Hi, George. You're on with the council.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, all council members, City Clerk. Congratulations. You deserve the honor today, the entire office. And also, I want to honor the City Attorney and Community Development Director. I've had a chance to review the memo that they submitted in advance of the budget discussion, and I want to summarize it just so everybody listening can understand what we're discussing and then talk about it a little bit. The proposal is to establish a housing enforcement unit in the city of Burbank where it will create 5 new jobs, including an inspector, housing services assistant, social services supervisor, legal assistant, and senior assistant city attorney. And those 5 people will have the full-time job of helping the residents who actually need the help. That's very important, okay? They're not only going to be enforcing AB 1482 as amended, which includes rent control and just cause, but furthermore, they're also going to be enforcing the habitability requirements, which means the quality and the baseline standard of housing that we have in the city. That's very good. It also includes a proposed pilot program for low-income residents who are subject to no-fault just cause notices to ensure that they have adequate legal representation. Once again, this is a very realistic it's progress, and it's realistic, and it's a compromise because the people of this city, the landlords that are in compliance with state law, they're not going to be hurt by this. The bad tenants are not going to be advantaged by this, and the policy is rehabilitation, not retribution. Okay? It costs an order of magnitude less than a rent board. These are very important points. That's why I'm going to start the way I finished the way that I began, which is by saying that the city attorney and the community development department, they have high respect in the city, and they have the expertise to come up with a policy that is a common sense policy. So we do not oppose this policy, and as a housing provider representative, we are in agreement with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is John Giroux.
Hi, John. You're on with the council.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Schultz and Vice Mayor Perez and council members, and also City Manager Justin Hess and City Attorney Joseph McDougall and Community Development Director Patrick Prescott. It appears that George took the steam out of my conversation here, but I want to reiterate that the proposed budget discussion paper, which I've read thoroughly, is a very, very fine step to addressing a lot of issues for tenants in the disciplines of legal, housing assistance, building inspection, and social services. It is well analyzed and properly addresses those tenant protections that I think that many of the tenants are requesting. So I think this housing enforcement program, as proposed, would be good, and it would definitely augment AB 1482, SB 567, and the urgency ordinance that has already passed to give a complete protection for those who need it, especially those who are in low-income legal need, and they perhaps need some legal services and housing assistance. So with that, I support the pilot program, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Ms. Clark, next caller, please.
That was our last caller.
Okay. Well, there being no further public comment, I now declare the general public comment period closed, and I want to thank everyone for your patience and bearing with us so we could hear and receive all of that feedback. Now is the time for a brief response from City Council, the City Manager, and/or the City Attorney. Would anyone like to begin? I see Councilmember Mullins going for it. No? Okay. All right. I always volunteer everyone. So I will just say, I want to thank everyone for your comment. Most of you addressed the budget and specific requests, so I'll get to that later. Mr. Schlossman, touche, you got me again with that clever name. Maybe next week I'll get you. And the last thing, I think Ms. P's left, but I know the Vice Mayor is probably going to roll her eyes here, but I love this mural, and I did want to thank Ms. Pease for referencing it, because this was painted in, I believe, 1943, if I'm not mistaken, and it references a speech from 1941, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt's address to the Congress on the eve of our entry into World War II. And we often, every single week, people look at it behind us, and we don't really know what it stands for, but it articulates the four freedoms. Despite all that we might disagree with, I like to think that this is what binds us together as a community. We believe in the freedom of speech and religion, the freedom from want, and the freedom from fear. And I like to think that if we are just keep that in the back of our mind, we can continue to find common ground. So that was not choreographed, but Ms. P's outstanding job throwing that right down home plate for me to knock out of the park. And I expect everyone to go home and watch Wikipedia tonight. It's about a 15-minute speech. It's fantastic. And a pretty amazing mural painted by the one and only Hugo Ballin right here in the city of Burbank. So that's all I got, everyone.
Mr. Mayor, if it's okay, I'll go next. And yes, I've heard this speech many times, but I got one correction for you, 1942.
The speech or the mural?
The mural. It's right there in the signature.
Well then, I guess I don't know everything, but it still stands for freedoms.
Like I said, I've heard it many a time.
And it gets better every time, I think. Anyone else? Councilmember Anthony.
I just want to thank everybody for coming down tonight and giving us your comments. We will get to those comments that are about the budget. We will address it when we get there. For those of you who didn't talk on the budget, we hear you loud and clear. Thank you for coming every week, talking about housing, and thank you to the folks who talked about the amazing community events we have going on this weekend and this week. Thank you, everybody. Oh, actually, one more thing. To our folks who received the Volunteer Senior Award, congratulations. And I have to say, Carol, you are definitely not old at heart. You're the youngest at heart person I have ever met. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We will discuss the Cultural Affairs Supervisor when that comes up at the budget level. Thanks to everyone to coming down. Mr. Pimienta, I do want to agree with you. I think what's happening at our campuses, some of our campuses across the country, it's not in the spirit of the First Amendment. There have been a number of other protests and encampments and student gatherings that have been welcomed, and those are not the ones that make the news. Those are not the ones that make the headlines. I did attend USC, Occidental College, Pasadena City College. They had lovely stuff happening there, and there was no issue, and people were supportive. So let's not just focus on the negative. Let's remember the far more positive numbers out there. And yes, the RUBS, the rates utility billing service, is an interesting topic. I will definitely check that out. And just one last thing, like well into January or February, you're still writing down the last year. It's hard to change. Mr. Mayor, I would like to think that the artist wrote down the wrong year and he was 1943. So.
Well, thank you for that, Councilmember Anthony. It's also coming to my attention, Mr. Hess was telling the Vice Mayor I was wrong. I guess there's a coup afoot, Mr. Hess. Well, I'm prepared to wait it out. With that, Councilmember Mullins is chomping at the bit. So, Councilmember Mullins, please.
Thank you. I actually was. I'm getting there. Okay, really quick, I do want to congratulate all the students. They are our future leaders in the community. Wow, I was very impressed of everything that Mr. Hastings read. Incredible. So congratulations to them. And I do want to also congratulate Ara, Linda, and Carol. They're not Older American Month. It's supposed to be Young American Month because, what is age nowadays? 60s and U40. So I applaud them for all their hard work. Mental health, of course, is very important, and Lori does a great job, her and her team. And congratulations to the city clerk and her team. Events are coming up. I did attend Elevate Burbank last year, and it was a wonderful event. So I encourage everyone to go out and participate. And for everyone else that made requests and spoke at the podium, we will be addressing this during the budget presentation. So thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Takahashi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you might be both right. I think you might have started it in 43.
Look at you, are just weaving those four freedoms together to find common ground.
Okay,
Love it.
Trying to find some compromise. And this energy, there's a lot of energy tonight on the council. I'm thinking it must be the short public comment tonight, giving us so much energy. So anyway, thank you all for coming out tonight. As always, I really appreciate you sitting through all the presentations and all of your sharing your thoughts with us, all the emails, phone calls, and whatnot in the meetings. Very much appreciative. I want to take a minute to thank the mayor and our staff and the community for the beautiful tribute to Marcos. It was beautiful and rough at the same time. And I think that thank you for the words that you said, and the family that was here. If you're still watching, thank you for coming. He really is missed. Really is missed. And then this month, May, Mental Health Awareness Day, is a really important month for me personally, working in the field and personal experience to family. And it's Mental Health Awareness Month, but as the mayor alluded to very quickly, I don't know if folks noticed, it's also destigmatization month too. And it's not just about awareness, but about understanding that mental health is just as important as physical health. They're actually the same thing, really, because mental health is your brain, how your brain works, and your brain is 100% chemicals, so it's physical health. It's really important to recognize it's not something that other people have to deal with. We all deal with mental health, so appreciate looking at that today. The theme tonight, I love it how the theme tonight has been like celebration and all the cool things that are happening in the city and lots of people getting awards. Man, we can do this every night. That'd be amazing. Okay, let's see. Many folks spoke on the topic of the budget tonight. I just wanted to let the community know, we're going to talk about it later, but just in case you don't watch through the whole presentation, that we actually have 3 parts to the discussion of the budget. This is just the first of 3 meetings. So if we don't get to the item that you spoke about tonight, because some of the items that were brought up, I have a feeling will be brought up next meeting. So if we don't get to your item tonight, just rest assured that we will get to it. I'll keep my notes. I'm sure the other council members will as well. And you are also welcome to come back and speak again at the either next meeting or the meeting after. 2 meetings from now, we're going to have the actual public hearing. So that's a good time to come back. Ms. Gerard is not here anymore, but oh my gosh, I love the idea of a chalk labyrinth. I'm so bummed I can't be there because that is such a cool idea. So I'm definitely want to connect with you again about how we can incorporate it more in the community. And then lastly, one of the commenters, Ms. Bax, if Ms. Bax is still here, mentioned that her sister-in-law, Kim, wants to speak to us directly. I invite Kim to contact at least me directly. I'm sure the other council members would be very happy to talk one-on-one, so you don't have to come in front of the microphone, which is really intimidating. You can go on our website, the city website, to get our information. Or you can, for me personally, you can text me directly or call me at 818-252-9014. It's on the website too, so please invite her to talk to me directly. And anyone else wants to talk. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's my comments.
Thank you, council member. All right, I think that completes it. Mr. Hess, I'm keeping my eye on you tonight. Not kidding, I'm watching, okay? All right, with that, we're on to the consent calendar, and away we go. Consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, please read the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 6 items on tonight's consent calendar. Item 1, approval of the City Council minutes of the regular meeting of April 23rd, 2024, and the dark meeting of April 30th, 2024. Item 2 is approval of the successor agency minutes of the joint meeting of April 9th, 2024. Item 3 is approval of the Housing Authority minutes of the joint meeting of April 9th, 2024. Item 4 is approval of the Parking Authority minutes of the joint meeting of April 9th, 2024. Item 5 is approval of the Downtown Burbank Property-Based Business Improvement District Fiscal Year 2024 Annual Report. And item 6 is adoption of a resolution approving a letter of agreement between the City of Burbank and the Burbank City Employees Association regarding a 3/12 schedule special compensation correction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Is there a question, comment, brief comment, or motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
I second.
Great. We have a motion by Perez, second by Mullins. Any other discussion? Ms. Clark, call the roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
And Mayor Schultz?
Yes, passes 5-0. Congratulations. Okay, we have one incredibly important, enormous report to council this evening. I will mention for the public, after staff's presentation, the city council will proceed with in-person public comment only. Speakers will be allowed to speak to the item at the conclusion of the presentation as long as you didn't speak to it during the first period of general public comment. Again, we'll go with 1-minute commenters followed by 3-minute commenters. Our first and only report to council this evening is a review of the proposed fiscal year 2024-2025 budget. Ms. Jennifer Becker, Financial Services Director Extraordinaire, please present the report.
Well, thank you for that introduction, and good evening, Mayor Schultz and City Council members. I'm Jennifer Becker with the Financial Services Department, and of course, I'm happy to be here tonight to present to you our proposed fiscal year 24-25 budget. As you well know, the preparation of our annual budget is a process that takes several months and requires a collaborative effort by city staff in every single department. Many of those individuals are here with us tonight, so I just want to thank everyone for their efforts with this budget process, and also let the council know that staff is here to answer any questions you may have as we go through the budget book over the next few city council meetings. I will provide some opportunities during the presentations for the council to ask questions, but also feel free to stop me if you have a specific questions on any of the items we present this evening. So let's go ahead and start with what we plan to cover tonight. First, I know you've received a ton of materials in that giant white budget binder, so I'll briefly go over everything that is in that binder and also let our viewers know how they can access those materials from home. If we could bring up that presentation. Okay. Then we'll do a high-level overview of our total citywide proposed budget, and after which I will kick off our fund-by-fund review with an in-depth look at our entire general fund budget, starting with our 5-year forecast, our fiscal year 24-25 projected revenues and citywide fee schedule, And then we'll switch modes and cover proposed appropriations, including our pension funding plan and our department budget requests for the coming year, before concluding with a summary of our available cash and other one-time resources. So after we finish the general fund, I will turn it over to Mr. Lilio and his team to present the budgets for our Burbank Water and Power funds. Following that, we'll hear presentations from the Public Works Department, who will review the Water Reclamation and Sewer Fund and the Refuse Collection and Disposal Fund. Then, if time permits, I'll come back to discuss all of our remaining non-general fund items, or we could choose to continue those items to our next meeting in 2 weeks. So just a quick review of the materials you have before you tonight. The proposed budget binder you received contains 29 sections, each with a separate tab. The first tab, titled Review of the Proposed Budget, contains a staff report provided for this week and next week's budget presentations, with our general fund budget matrix and 5-year forecast also attached. Following that is a tab that contains all of the new budget items that were requested by city departments and approved by the city manager to be incorporated into this year's budget. We will be reviewing each of those requests as we go through our department and fund budgets. Next is the CIP tab, which includes a summary of the fiscal year 24-25 capital improvement program, which was approved by our Infrastructure Oversight Board. This information will be reviewed during our next set of budget presentations on May 21st. The following tab is our Budget Summaries tab, which includes a number of charts and graphs that provide a high-level overview of our citywide and general fund proposed budgets. And also within this tab, you can find the city's debt service schedule, a summary of general fund reserves, our authorized city staffing, and a copy of the City Council's financial policies. Revenues is the next tab, which provides a summary of all of our citywide projected revenues by fund and category, along with a description of the sources of each city revenue source. And then the next 14 tabs cover each of the city's general fund departments, starting with the City Council and ending with the non-departmental budget. Here you'll find a summary as well as the line item budgets for each department by division and program, as well as a description of each of those individual units. Following the general fund departments, we have our non-general fund line item budgets, organized by fund and fund type. Here's where you can find the Burbank Water and Power budgets, as well as our other enterprise funds, our internal service funds, including the IT department, as well as special revenue funds, the Housing Authority, and Parking Authority. So we have 4 additional sections in the very back of that budget binder, the first being our agreements and contracts list. This list includes all of the contracts for professional services, as well as general goods and services that the City Council is authorizing as part of the adoption of this budget. Behind that is a copy of our matrix of fee schedule changes that are proposed for fiscal year 24-25. And lastly is that final section labeled Budget Discussion Papers. This section includes any additional memos or discussion papers that were requested by staff or by the City Council as part of this year's budget process. We may add more items to this section in the coming weeks as the budget review process moves along. And for the members of the public that are interested in reviewing these budget materials along with us tonight or learning more about the budget, you can find it on the city's website at burbankca.gov. There's a link on the homepage that will take you to the finance department where the budget is posted. Or if you prefer to view a paper version, we have hard copies of the proposed budget available for review at the Financial Services Department's public counter, the City Clerk's Office public counter, and at each of the city's library branches. You can also pick up a copy of our proposed Budget at a Glance brochure at these locations as well. So looking over our schedule for the next month, as I mentioned previously, tonight we'll be covering our general fund and enterprise funds, and if time permits, our remaining city non-general funds. We'll continue any remaining items from tonight's budget review at the City Council meeting on May 21st. We will also present our general city capital improvement program at that time and follow that up with a review of our discussion papers. Then on June 4th, we'll be back to you one more time to have the public hearing and adoption of the entire citywide budget and fee schedule. So on that note, let's kick it off and begin with a look at our citywide budget. And we'll start with an economic outlook for the coming fiscal year. So economists have long suggested that we would experience what's called a V-shaped recovery following the pandemic. And looking back, that's exactly what we've seen. A steep decline in revenue followed by a sharp increase in the subsequent years as life returned to normal. Now we're coming out of that steep recovery mode and are headed towards more moderate, stable growth, which of course is a good thing. Inflation is also easing a bit, but we know there's no going backwards to the prices we saw before the pandemic. What we need now is to find that equilibrium where the cost of goods and the overall cost of living isn't growing faster than our revenues and our incomes. The high interest rates we've experienced lately have definitely helped curb inflation, but now we'd like them to ease a little bit to make borrowing more affordable for consumers and businesses. We expect to see this later in 2024, which might provide a bit of a boost to retail sales, particularly the auto industry, and also have a positive impact on what is now a very tight housing market. Here in Burbank, our economy has been humming along nicely for the past few years. Unemployment is still below the state average despite the impacts of the recent actors and writers' strikes. Several large developments and new businesses have provided a nice boost to the city revenues, and we know there are several more on the horizon. But it's also been a bit of a tumultuous year. The entertainment industry, which is our biggest economic engine, weathered some prolonged labor strikes and will likely be facing more contract disputes again this summer. We are hearing often from our residents who are impacted by housing shortages and cost increases. And geopolitical factors across the globe are triggering civil unrest here in LA and throughout the country, while at the same time we are moving towards another very contentious election cycle this November. So given all of this background, staff approached this fiscal year 24-25 budget process with a cautious approach towards meeting the city's immediate needs while recognizing these potential economic risks. And tonight we are presenting you a fiscal year 24-25 budget that maintains the level of services and programs the Burbank community has come to expect, and also provides enhancements in specific areas that address this city council's goals and priorities. The budget also includes an expanded pension funding plan, which will help address our unfunded liabilities and generate additional recurring budget savings to help offset future projected deficits. And lastly, the budget fully funds our formal reserves, which will go a long way towards insulating the city from any future economic events. So here's a first look at our total citywide proposed budget for fiscal year 24-25, for which we have $868,291,333 in total appropriations. As you can see by the pie chart, the largest portion of our citywide budget is our BWP electric and water utility funds, which makes up about 44% of the total city budget. The general fund, which is the city's main operating fund, is the second largest section of the budget, coming in at $257 million, or 30% of the budget. Overall, the citywide budget is made up of 32 different funds proposing appropriations, including 4 enterprise funds, 7 internal service funds, 16 special revenue and capital projects funds, the Housing Authority, the Parking Authority, and the Successor Agency. We'll present each of these funds as we go through our full set of budget presentations, but as is tradition, we will start, of course, with our general fund. The general fund is the city's main operating fund that is used to account for all revenues and expenditures of the city that are not legally restricted as to use. As such, it tends to be the primary focus of the budget development process for most of our departments, as it must be self-sustaining, meaning proposed appropriations cannot be higher than available resources, which include projected revenues in addition to fund balance. The city charter requires that the city council adopt a balanced budget by June 30th of each year. So we'll start our general fund review with a look at our 5-year forecast. General fund revenues are represented by those blue bars, while expenses are shown in red. You may remember that at mid-year we projected a general fund recurring balance of around $6 million for fiscal year 24-25. Our proposed general fund budget before you tonight has a projected balance of about $2.2 million. In addition to some citywide cost increases, a number of new items have been added to the budget to address pressing needs and fulfill some of the bigger city council goals and priorities for the coming year, which we will discuss later in the presentation. Our budget balance declines in each subsequent year of the forecast as expenses, which are expected to grow by an average of 5.7%, outpace revenues, which are expected to grow by an average of 4.1%. And while we are showing deficits in years 4 and 5 of our forecast, I should point out that those deficits are less than 1% of the overall operating budget, and we are continuing to implement strategies to help address those deficits, which I'll discuss a bit later in the presentation. It's also important to note that we are projecting a cash balance of $7.2 million at the end of fiscal year 24-25, growing to $15 million over the next 5 years. Given the availability of one-time cash relative to the relatively small projected deficits, we feel pretty confident that this general fund budget strikes a balance between addressing our critical needs and being prepared for any potential rainy days ahead. Now let's get into the detail of our proposed 24-25 general fund budget, starting with projected general fund revenues. As you can see from the many colors on this pie chart, Burbank has a very diverse stream of revenues. Sales tax and property tax are the two largest sources of general fund revenue, representing 56% of the total recurring revenue anticipated for the coming year. The table shown here provides a year-over-year look at all of our general fund recurring revenues, including the actual receipts from fiscal year 22-23, the adopted and revised revenues for 23-24, and the projected revenues, recurring revenues included in our fiscal year 24-25 proposed budget. We are once again projecting a healthy economic growth for the coming year, with revenues increasing 5.7% over our revised 23-24 projections. Our revenue staff uses a variety of methodologies to provide the most accurate projections for each of our different revenue categories. Overall, the results show that we're in a continuing period of stable growth, with citywide development and the demand for city services being the largest drivers of that revenue growth. You can find a comprehensive summary and description of each of the city's revenues in the Revenues tab of your budget binder, but I'm going to talk about some of the more notable projections in these next few slides. And we'll start with sales tax. Our sales tax forecast for fiscal year 24-25 reflects a conservative 2.1 increase over current year revised revenues. Factoring in a projected slowdown in retail sales and reduced gas prices, which are offset by a bounce back in business sales following the 2023 labor strikes. The most recent sales tax results we have available are for the fourth quarter of calendar year 2023, which is that important October through December holiday quarter. Burbank's fourth quarter sales tax were up 1.7% from the same quarter the prior year on an adjusted basis. Comparatively, LA County was down 2.6% and the state was down 2.5%, which reflects an overall slowdown in the retail industry after all of that post-pandemic consumer spending. Now, 1.7% seems like a pretty stable number, but there's actually quite a bit happening behind the scenes here. As I mentioned back in February during the mid-year report, the CDTFA has been auditing several quarters of a single auto retailer. These corrected returns have resulted in 2 consecutive quarters of significant increases in our auto and transportation sales tax revenues. And it could not have come at a better time, because on the flip side, our fourth quarter business and industry sales were abysmal, led by another 47% decline in motion picture business sales due to the actors and writers strikes. We are hopeful that we'll see a nice bounce back in this category in the first quarter of 2024 as production ramped back up after the strikes and following the holidays. Now that we have all of our sales tax results from 2023, we can estimate that the SAG-AFTRA and Writers Guild strikes cost the city an estimated $1.2 million in business-related sales tax revenue. And this doesn't even include all the peripheral businesses that support the industry, like restaurants and retail shops that may have also been impacted by the strikes. In other sales tax areas, general consumer goods were down 3%, while restaurants were up 2.1%, reflecting that post-pandemic shift in consumer spending away from retail goods to services and entertainment, which is likely here to stay for a while. And lastly, our transactions and use tax, or TUT revenue, approved by the voters as part of Measure P, declined 7.2% in the last quarter, predominantly due to the impact of the labor strikes. As the TUT is a destination-based tax, no revenue is derived from the auto sale purchases for consumers living outside of Burbank. Next up, we'll look at property taxes, which continue to be a main driver of revenue growth for the city, with a projected 7.4% increase for fiscal year 24-25. Forecasted property tax revenues are based on our overall citywide assessed value, which grew by 9.7%, or $2.8 billion, between 2022 and 2023. This is mostly attributable to commercial development, but transfers of ownership and increases in unsecured property tax also played a role. After a temporary dip in the fourth quarter of 2023, home prices in Burbank were once again on the rise in the first quarter of 2024. The median sale price for a single-family home from January through March 2024 was at $1.275 million, an increase of nearly 16% from the prior quarter and up 5.2% from a year ago. Notably, the average home sale price for Q1 2024 surpassed $1.4 million for the first time ever. It should be noted that this quarter had the smallest sales volume in recent history. Only 85 homes were sold, compared to 106 in Q1 of 2023 and 167 in Q1 of 2022. The current high interest rate environment has had a negative impact to the availability of homes for sale, as consumers are reluctant to move and give up the historically low mortgage rates we've experienced in recent years. And while 3% mortgages are likely a thing of the past, the anticipated easing of interest rates later in the second half of 2024 will hopefully help improve supply in what is currently an extremely tight housing market. Next up, let's look at our transient occupancy tax, or TOT, which is a tax applied to short-term hotel stays within the city of Burbank. TOT revenues have been on a slow and steady path to recovery since the pandemic, with receipts now exceeding pre-COVID levels. The graph here shows both hotel occupancy rates in those blue bars and the average daily room rate charged by hotels as represented by that orange line. Both figures have been making their way back ever since the pandemic, with citywide occupancy levels exceeding 70% in 2022 and 2023. Additionally, the average daily room rate in Burbank increased by 5.7% during that same period. Now, you'll see a slight dip in occupancy on the graph in 2024, but that's actually a good thing, as the opening of the new Cambria Hotel added 150 rooms to the city's overall inventory. Due to the opening of this new hotel, as well as continued increases to room rates, we are forecasting a 13% increase to TOT for fiscal year 24-25. Transient parking tax, or TPT, tends to follow along the same lines as TOT in terms of their reliance on tourism, as the majority of our parking tax revenues come from lots serving the Hollywood Burbank Airport. The chart here shows monthly passenger counts at the airport, annual passenger counts at the airport, and you can see that sharp drop in 2020 followed by a steep recovery from the pandemic. I'm pleased to report that 2023 was the first year that passenger counts exceeded pre-pandemic levels, indicating that we're at full recovery. With passenger counts mostly stabilized and construction happening on the new airport terminal, we are expecting a more moderate growth in TPT of 3% per year moving forward for fiscal year 24-25 and beyond. Service charges continue to outperform expectations due to an overwhelming demand for a variety of services provided by the city. Park and Rec revenues are experiencing an overall increase of 15%, driven by the growing number of special events held at DeBell Golf Course, in addition to increased demand for a variety of recreation services, most notably day camps and contract classes. The Burbank Fire Department has restructured their emergency medical service fees based on the recommendations of an EMS fee study completed in November of 2023, and is projecting an increase of $1 million in revenue for the coming year. Plan Check continues to experience increased activity for everything from ADUs to large developments, driving increases to revenues for those services. And of course, Passport Services continues their strong performance under our City Clerk, Kimberly Clark, with projected revenues up another $100,000 for fiscal year 24-25. And while we're on the topic of service charge revenues, let's take a little bit of a look at our citywide fee schedule. You may remember that last year at this time, we brought to you our citywide fee study, the results of which were incorporated into our fee schedule and adopted as part of the budget. In order to keep pace with current recovery levels and maintain alignment with the City Council's cost recovery policy, which is illustrated in that pyramid you see here on the slide, staff is proposing to adjust the majority of our fees by the December 2023 CPI, which was 3.4%. It is important to note that all of the city's fees and charges for service remain in compliance with Proposition 26, which dictates that we cannot set user fees at a rate that is more than it costs us to provide the service. There are a handful of new fees in this year's proposed fiscal year 2024-25 fee schedule that I wanted to point out. New fees for planning and permits, including electric vehicle and electric storage permits, and certificate of occupancy fees, which will provide revenue needed for improved customer service and long-range planning. The city is establishing a hearing fee related to the new ordinance that was recently adopted by the City Council to address vicious or dangerous animals. Parks and Recreation is incorporating a batting cage rental fee, which will allow community members to rent these facilities from the city. And the Police Department is requesting to adjust parking citation fees to better align with the fees charged by some of our neighboring cities. Burbank's citation fees have not been updated since fiscal year 2017-18. And lastly, what you'll notice is not on this year's proposed fee schedule is the revised rates for utility services, as those were adopted as part of the 2-year rate hearing that took place in the prior fiscal year. We'll hear more about our 24-25 utility budgets when BWP and Public Works present those funds following this presentation. And just as a reminder, the city still operates the very popular Burbank Program Activity and Service Subsidy, also known as the PASS program. This program provides Burbank residents in need of financial assistance the opportunity to engage and participate in city programs and services at significantly reduced rates. Subsidies are available through the PASS program for a wide variety of city services, including sports and aquatics programs, recreation classes, animal adoptions, and senior and disabled transportation. Managed by the Parks and Recreation Department, the city has over 800 residents actively participating in the PASS program. If you'd like to fill out an application or review which programs are eligible under the PASS program, you can visit their website, which is at www.burbankca.gov/BurbankPass. Now, before I completely switch gears and turn our focus from revenues to appropriations, are there any questions about the revenue material that I just covered?
Let's move on to appropriations. Don't see any questions.
We'll keep right on going. So let's take a look at our total proposed general fund appropriations for fiscal year 24-25. Our overall general fund budget is $257.1 million. This is about a 10.6% increase over last year's adopted budget of $232.5 million. There are a number of drivers for this increase that we'll delve into as we go through our presentation.
I'm sorry, Ms. Becker, what was the increase again? What percentage?
10.6% increase. Sure. The chart you see here shows how our total general fund appropriations are broken up by city department. 49% of our budget is dedicated to providing safety services to the public, including our police and fire departments. Another 33% is dedicated to our community-facing departments, including community development, public works, parks and recreation, and library services. And roughly 11% of our budget is dedicated to administrative functions, such as finance, management services, city manager, city attorney, city treasurer, city clerk, and city council. Roughly 75% of our total general fund operating budget is comprised of salaries and benefits, including the CalPERS pension benefits for city staff. Thus, I'd like to do a brief review of citywide pension costs before we focus on our departmental budgets. So the chart on this slide shows us the CalPERS pension rates that have been incorporated into this proposed budget, with the normal cost shown as a percentage of payroll, and the unfunded actuarial liability, or UAL, cost shown as a dollar payment for each of the city's 3 pension plans. Similar to past years, this budget proposes that the city prepay its annual liability payment in July, which will result in a net savings to the city of $1,060,000 in fiscal year 24-25. Based on Burbank's most recent CalPERS actuarial reports, the city's unfunded actuarial liability is just under $433 million for all 3 combined plans, and our average funded status is at 74%. This is an increase over last year's reports, which reflects that 6% loss that PERS experienced in June of 2022. Now, while this resulted in an increase to the city's UAL payment for 24-25, it actually would have been higher had we not implemented last year's pension funding plan, which resulted in a net savings of over $700,000 to the city for the upcoming budget year. And given the success of that plan, during our prior presentations, the City Council had expressed interest in expanding the pension funding plan over and above what we originally proposed during the last budget cycle. We heard you loud and clear, and we are coming back tonight with a revised plan which doubles the total amount of money we would send in additional discretionary payments, or ADP, to CalPERS. Last year, the City Council adopted a plan to send $9 million to CalPERS over a 2-year period. Staff is proposing to increase that total ADP to $18 million over a 3-year period. $12 million of that contribution comes directly from the general fund, with the other funds matching their proportionate share of the costs for the miscellaneous pension plan. The plan shown here has been incorporated into the proposed budget, and it calls for a $9 million citywide contribution in fiscal year 24-25 and adds another $4.5 million in fiscal year 25-26. Of course, doubling our contribution will also double our subsequent recurring savings, going from an estimated cumulative recurring total of $1.5 million in the original plan to a recurring savings of $3 million in the new plan, with $2 million of that directly benefiting the general fund. Additionally, our financial policies dictate that half of any year-end general fund balance in excess of 6% of recurring appropriations be used to fund employee pension liabilities. Based on the projected fund balance for the current year, an additional contribution of $6.4 million will be deposited into our 115 trust in fiscal year 24-25. As of the end of March 2024, the total balance in our Section 115 trust was just under $24.3 million. Okay, so let's get into the meat of the budget and talk about all of our general fund department appropriations, the part we've all been waiting for. This year's general fund budget includes roughly $2.5 million in new general fund recurring requests net of revenue, which includes 20.7 additional full-time equivalent positions. The budget also includes $5.2 million in one-time budget requests net of revenue, along with a $1.1 million contribution to the IT fund for technology projects and improvements that benefit our general fund departments. Each new budget item was reviewed and approved by the City Manager's office prior to its incorporation into the proposed budget. New appropriations were prioritized based on whether they were a mandated expense or how they adhered to the City Council's established goals, including city services, economic recovery, housing and homelessness, quality of life, sustainability and resilience, and transportation and traffic. These next slides will highlight each of our general fund departments individually, including an overview of their proposed budget and staffing, and a look at any budget highlights or new requests for the fiscal year 2024-25. We're going to present the slides in alphabetical order, and you can follow along if you choose to do so by referring to that new budget request tab in your budget binders. Now, I'm not going to go line by line through the entire general fund budget, but we do have representatives here from each department to answer questions on any of the individual requests contained within the budget book. So let's start with our City Attorney's Office. Led by our fine City Attorney, Joe McDougall, this office serves as the legal advisors to the City Council, city boards and commissions, and all other city officials and staff. They represent the city in civil litigation and other proceedings and protect the community by prosecuting misdemeanors and infractions committed within the city. The total proposed 24-25 budget for the City Attorney's Office is $5.8 million, with a total FTE count of 22. The City Attorney has requested 2 upgrades totaling $13,500 as part of this budget to reflect the increased responsibilities of these positions. The first is an upgrade of a Senior Administrative Analyst to Administrative Officer, and the second is an upgrade of a Litigation Paralegal to a Senior Litigation Paralegal. Next up is the Burbank City Clerk's Office, which operates with a total budget of $1.96 million and 10.475 full-time equivalent positions. Our elected city clerk, Ms. Kimberly Clark, serves as clerk to the City Council, Housing Authority, Parking Authority, and Successor Agency, and her office is responsible for maintaining all city records, including the Burbank City Charter and the Burbank Municipal Code. The clerk's office also conducts the city's municipal elections and coordinates voter registration services with LA County. Additionally, the clerk's office operates a very popular passport acceptance facility, which offers new and renewal passport services to members of the public. The city clerk's office is proposing a staff reorganization for 24-25, which includes the upgrade of an administrative analyst 2 to a senior administrative analyst and the reclassification of 3 clerical worker positions to intermediate clerk positions. The cost of these position changes is offset by increased passport revenues. Next is our City Council office. The City Council is our elected legislative and policy-making body, enacting all laws and directing city actions. Among the many things our council does is authorize contracts and agreements, appoints city commissions, boards, and committees, and reviews and adopts this annual operating budget. The City Council office has a total budget of $1.6 million and 2 full-time equivalent positions, not including the 5 elected City Council members that dedicate their time to the city. And they will continue this great work into fiscal year 24-25 with no new budget requests. And next up is the City Manager's office. Our city manager, Justin Hess, serves as the city's chief executive officer, setting the goals and providing administrative direction for all city departments in accordance with the policies established by the city council. The city manager's budget of $3 million and 13 FTE also includes the Public Information Office, which provides the city with a comprehensive communication program, including dissemination of information regarding all city services, activities, and events. And they too have no new budget requests for 24-25. So next up is the City Treasurer's Office. Also an elected position, our Burbank City Treasurer, Ms. Crystal Palmer, operates her department with a budget of $1.1 million and a staff of 5 FTE. Ms. Palmer's office is responsible for receiving, dispersing, depositing, and investing all public funds and providing monthly reporting of cash balances by fund and reconciled bank balances, in addition to regular reporting on all of the city's outstanding investments. The City Treasurer's Office has 2 budget requests for fiscal year 24-25. The first is the upgrade of an intermediate clerk position to a senior administrative analyst. This position will provide another supervisor level position who can take on more technical duties required within their office, such as cash handling oversight, daily balancing worksheets, and fund accounting ledger summaries. The Treasurer's Office is also requesting one-time funds of $30,000 for a consultant to help update their written policies and procedures to ensure that they are in line with the latest industry best practices. Next up is our Community Development Department. Community development fulfills many of the city's most critical missions and goals, including preserving and protecting our neighborhoods, providing transit services, land use and transportation planning, and economic development, implementing affordable housing and homeless services, programs and strategies, and verifying life safety in the built environment. And they are proposing to do all of this great work and more with a budget of $17.6 million. $17.6 million and 76 FTE. Among CDD's budget highlights for fiscal year 24-25 are a new parking technician position to support existing and future parking management functions, including residential and commercial permits, curb painting and signage requests, and other parking needs, and is partially offset by parking permit revenues. A new Building Inspector 2 and an upgrade of an existing Building Inspector 1 to a 2 helps support inspections of large construction projects, in addition to the general overall growth in building inspections over the last several years. The cost of these positions is offset by increases to building permit revenues. The Building Division is also requesting $260,000 in one-time funds to establish a pre-approved ADU program as mandated by AB 434. The cost of this program will be fully covered by ADU application fees. And the Planning Division is requesting one-time funds of $250,000 for consultants in support of long-range planning efforts, including the housing element and short-term rentals, and another $165,000 for a consultant to review environmental documents for 3 specific plans currently under development, including Golden State Specific Plan, the Media District Specific Plan, and the Downtown Burbank Transit-Oriented Development Specific Plan. I don't know how you say that, Patrick. And next up is the very fine department that works hard to prepare all the materials before you tonight, and that, of course, is Financial Services. With a proposed budget of $7.6 million and 40 full-time employees, the department provides a wide array of citywide financial services, including accounting and audit, accounts payable, accounts receivable, revenue collection, capital asset management, payroll, debt management, and internal audit. Each year, the department produces the city's annual operating budget and capital improvement program budget and our annual financial report, all of which have been recognized annually with awards for excellence from the Government Finance Officers Association and the California Society of Municipal Finance Officers. And additionally, the Finance Department provides centralized procurement services for all city departments through our Procurement Services Division. The Finance Department has a few requests for the fiscal year 24-25 proposed budget that I'd like to highlight. The first is a new payroll technician to address new mandates, included updated FLSA guidance and more labor-intensive CalPERS reporting requirements. This position should also allow for faster processing of retroactive payments related to new MOU implementation. We are also requesting a new accountant position to provide enhanced internal controls by segregating the duties for our monthly reconciliation and reporting procedures. And last is the expansion of Procurement Services Division staffing to include the addition of a Buyer 2 position, which will exclusively support BWP and thus will be funded by the utility, along with an administrative analyst position to oversee our vendor management unit and provide supervisory level support for the vendor registration and electronic funds transfer enrollment process. Up next is our fire department, which provides citywide fire prevention, of course, fire suppression, emergency medical services, and emergency operations management, with a total budget of $52.5 million and 144 full-time employees. The fire department responds to an estimated 11,000 emergencies annually, including fires, hazmat incidents, 12,000 emergencies annually, including fires, hazmat incidents, regional mutual aid needs, and state and federal strike teams. Among the fire department's requests for 24-25 are one-time funds for staffing and supplies to run a firefighter recruit academy in the upcoming fiscal year. The fire department, as mentioned earlier, is proposing to implement a pilot program which will provide an additional peak hour ambulance staffed with 2 firefighter paramedics. The department has operated with 3 ambulances for the past 24 years, but call volume has increased substantially during that time, and this program will increase EMS transport capacity while allowing the department to evaluate the efficacy of the program. Related to that, the department is also asking for one-time funds to send up to 6 firefighter to paramedic school for next year. This request also includes the cost of backfilling those positions. Fire is requesting 2 battalion chief positions, 1 new position that will serve as in an administrative and logistics role, and 1 upgrade of a captain to a battalion chief that will oversee the EMS division. These positions will be offset by those increases to EMS revenues. Fire also has several requests for new equipment within the fiscal year 24-25 budget. The first is the purchase of a new rescue ambulance to increase the fleet in anticipation of the expansion of the EMS program. Given the long lead time due to production delays and supply chain issues, the department would like to get the procurement process for that apparatus started in the upcoming fiscal year. Next is the scheduled replacement of the Zoll monitored defibrillators that the department carries on each engine, truck, and rescue ambulance. The total cost of these items is $844,000, but there are $484,000 in depreciated funds available within the Office Equipment Replacement Fund for the replacement of those devices, so the department is requesting the general fund pick up the difference, which is about $360,000. And lastly, the fire department is requesting $100,000 to purchase Lund University Cardiopulmonary Assist System, or Lucas devices. You guys are killing me with these terms. These devices provide automated chest compression and enable paramedics to perform hands-free, uninterrupted CPR on patients. The department currently owns 6 of these devices and is requesting an additional 3 to maximize availability on responding apparatus. Next up is our Library Services Department.
Ms. Becker?
Yes.
We're not going to get into extensive Q&A, but quick clarifying question from Councilmember Mullins.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I just want to clarify on the PowerPoint presentation, the slide that you were, slide 34, under Firefighter Recruit Academy, it shows, it reflects $750,000. However, in the staff report, page 12 for the breakdown of all the departments, item number 1, Fire Recruit Academy one-time funding, $630,000.
Yes.
So there is a different.
For the purpose of keeping things brief, as not brief as I've been, we've combined several items throughout these PowerPoint presentations. So the Firefighter Recruit Academy includes that first item that you saw on the front page, which is the cost of the staffing for the Recruit Academy. If you flip a couple pages later, you'll see the cost of the supplies for the Recruit Academy. So we just combined those 2 items for the purpose of the presentation, and they total together $750,000.
Okay, thanks. I was trying to do a quick math, but I couldn't come up with the difference, so thank you.
Okay.
Oh, totally. And you'll see a lot of that throughout the presentation, but feel free to stop me and ask questions if there's something like that you see.
Thank you for the question. Back to the presentation, or else Mr. McDougall will join in on the coup. I don't want to go there.
Okay. I think I was on library. Yes. And the Library Services Department operates our 3 city library branches with a budget of roughly $9.8 million and 66 FTEs. The department provides access to formal and informal learning opportunities through its collection, programs, and services that reach 750,000 people annually. And the Library Services has 4 proposed budget items that I'd like to highlight for this year's budget. The first is a combined $100,000 increase to budgets for library resource materials and electronic materials. This increase will cover rising costs for materials such as books, audiobooks, and DVDs, as well as maintain some electronic resources for our Job Connect program that were previously paid for by state library funding. The library is also requesting $75,000 in one-time funds spread over 3 years to support sister city activities and carry out the city's vision for this great program. And lastly, the library is requesting to accept and appropriate a state literacy grant for fiscal year 24-25, which will be utilized to support English as a second language services for adult users. Next up is our Management Services Department. With a proposed budget of just under $8.2 million and 49 FTE, the Management Services Department provides a wide array of services to city departments and employees, including employment services, employee benefits, labor relations, general liability, workers' compensation, and environmental health and safety. The department also provides a robust training program and support services for city employees, as well as our local teens through our youth employment programs. A few of the notable budget highlights for the Management Services Department are the establishment of a full-time Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, or DEI officer, which will build on the progress the city made last year with the National League of Cities Race, Equity, and Leadership program, and guide the city on its journey towards more inclusive and equitable outcomes for both city employees and the community. Next is an enhancement of the department's recruitment staffing, which includes 2 new recurring positions to address a 62% increase in city recruitments over the past 8 years, in addition to some temporary staffing in support of continuing police department recruiting initiatives. And 2 additional budget requests will also support the city's recruitment and testing efforts. A request for $35,000 to expand the city's presence on LinkedIn, and $50,000 to continue the Test Genius and Spark Hire in-time testing services that were piloted this current year in an effort to streamline and shorten the city's recruitment process. Okay, now this is not actually a department, but we do have a non-departmental section of our budget where we budget items that aren't specific to any one department or provide citywide support. Items like our pension funding plan contributions, our annual $4.7 million maintenance of effort contribution to the city's infrastructure program, and our annual contribution for citywide information technology projects can be found here in the non-departmental section. And there are a couple items that can be found that I wanted to highlight for fiscal year 24-25. We're requesting an increase of $30,000 to the budget for the very popular annual employee breakfast. This budget has not been revised since 2018, and the cost of food as well as eco-friendly and biodegradable materials has increased over the last several years. And we are also requesting $15,000 to increase the amount available for tuition reimbursement for city employees, as reimbursement requests have exceeded the annual cap currently in place for our labor groups. Well, this next department is probably our most fun department, or at least they think so, and that, of course, is Parks and Recreation. The Parks and Recreation Department maintains and operates 42 public parks and facilities, plus the animal shelter. They offer a variety of recreation programs, senior and human services programs, and community events. And they do all of this great work and more with a proposed budget of $36.1 million and just under 194 FTEs. There are a number of budget highlights for the Park and Rec Department this year, the majority of which are offset by new or increased revenue for the department. Many of the requested items were brought forward with a focus on inclusivity, including making their very successful Adaptive Day event a permanent recurring program, expanding day camp programs to be able to accommodate more kids and allow for more full-day options for working parents, increasing supplies for the Park and Play mobile recreation vehicle, which provided service to 3,250 kids in underserved communities last year, and an expansion of the senior nutrition program, where demand has significantly increased since the pandemic. Last year, the program provided 125,000 meals to seniors, largely funded by a grant from the LA Area Agency on Aging. Other park and recreation highlights include $1.1 million in requested one-time funding for the development of an urban forest master plan, which includes an inventory and health assessment of all city-owned trees, completing an urban canopy study, and reviewing the city's tree policies and pruning cycles. A budget increase for DeBell Golf Course events, tournament, and golf play operations, which of course is offset by increasing golf course revenue. Combined increases to animal shelter, medication, supplies, equipment, and staff overtime to account for a steep rise in cost for items such as flea medication, and an overall increase to the number of animals housed at the animal shelter. Additional Starlight Bowl event funding to cover increasing costs for entertainment, along with contract services like parking and street closures, as well as funding to continue to have our city-sponsored concerts be zero waste events. And lastly, one-time funding to celebrate the Park and Recreation Department's 100th birthday in 2025, and I know they have a number of great events planned throughout the year. Next up is our police department. With a budget of $74.8 million and almost 266 FTEs, the police department's mission is to protect life and property, provide professional police services, and work in partnership with the community. The police department is made up of 4 divisions: patrol, investigations, admin services, and support services. And in addition to their 50,000 annual calls for service, the department also provides citywide parking enforcement, operates a state-of-the-art 911 communication center, and maintains a joint air support program with the city of Glendale. You may recall that the police department piloted a new contracted parking enforcement program in the current fiscal year. And now that it's up and running successfully, the department is proposing to formalize and expand the program in fiscal year 24-25, which will be partially offset by increased parking citation revenues. Additionally, the department is requesting a new forensic specialist position to help manage the increasing volume and complexity of cases handled by the Forensics Bureau and provide faster turnaround time for investigations. The department is requesting $30,000 towards automated license plate reader cameras. These ALPR cameras will help aid with the department with criminal investigations, locating stolen vehicles, and enhancing overall security. The total cost of this purchase is $130,000, with $100,000 of that cost coming out of the Drug Asset Forfeiture Fund. And lastly, per the City Council's direction, a recurring $12,000 in overtime has been included in the budget to fund what will now be an annual gun buyback event. And last but certainly not least is our Public Works Department. The Public Works Department operates with a general fund budget of $20.5 million. Approximately 94 of the department's 208 full-time equivalent positions are funded by the general fund. Made up of 4 divisions: administration, engineering, design and construction, fleet and building maintenance, and streets and sanitation, the department plans, designs, builds, operates, and maintains the city's public works system in a financially and environmentally responsible manner while responding to the city's community's changing needs. The Public Works Department has only 2 requests within the general fund budget this year. The first is the replacement of the large format plotter for the engineering division. This $50,000 cost is largely covered by depreciated funds within the IT fund, but about $11,000 in general fund dollars are needed to cover the total replacement cost of this item. And lastly, the department is requesting $75,000 for utility cost increases for all of the city buildings that they maintain. So that completes our department by department review, but I have one last list of items within the budget that I'd like to point out, and these are our budget discussion papers. Discussion papers are special requests for items or programs that arise during the budget development process that require additional input or provide additional information that has been requested by the City Council. A brief report on each of the topics shown here can be found in the very back, the very last tab of your budget binders, behind the tab entitled Budget Discussion Papers. I should note that these items are not yet incorporated into the budget, as they require direction from the City Council. As shown on the slide, most of the reports would have a fiscal impact if the Council chooses to incorporate them into the budget, though there is one item that is information only. We will review all of our discussion papers at the conclusion of our budget presentations, and if any of the City Council members wish to add an item that is not already included on this list, now would be a great time to direct staff to do so, and we could review those when we come back for our follow-up discussion in 2 weeks. Okay, so I realize I've covered a lot of information this evening, and now is the time to sort of wrap up all those numbers and summarize how they fit together to form our overall budget picture for the coming year. We're going to start at the top with our total projected recurring revenues minus our total proposed appropriations, which combined give us a $2.2 million recurring budget balance for fiscal year 24-25. Now we go and we look at our not one-time or non-recurring funds. We're projecting to end this current fiscal year with a spendable balance of over $25.8 million. Then we go to the next line, which is the projected non-recurring revenues and use of one-time resources program for the coming year. Then we have our estimated budget savings of $4.9 million, which equates to about 2.2% of the recurring general fund budget. And out of that available cash, we will fund our formal reserves and our compensated absence reserves in accordance with the City Council's financial policies. We will appropriate roughly $6.8 million in proposed one-time budget requests for 24-25, and we are proposing to contribute $5.8 million in general fund dollars to CalPERS and just under $6.4 million to our Section 115 trust as part of our pension funding plan. So netting all of those one-time items together, we get a total non-recurring balance of about $5 million. Now we add that to our $2.2 million recurring balance to get our projected general fund balance of $7,209,372 at the end of fiscal year 24-25, subject to change, of course. So here again is that 5-year forecast chart, where you can see that $2.2 million recurring balance and that $7.2 million cash balance projected for 24-25. As I mentioned earlier, our projected average revenue growth of 4.1% over the next 5 years will be offset by an average expenditure growth of 5.7%, slowly leading us back to a small deficit in years 4 and 5. Pension costs, projected labor agreements, and overall cost increases for goods and services play a role in that forecasted expenditure growth. So the key to balancing our budget over the next 5 years is to identify ways to enhance revenue growth while continuing to explore options to gain efficiencies and make strategic investments in order to generate recurring savings. And of course, that forecast is based on what we know today. But we make frequent updates as the circumstances surrounding our assumptions are constantly changing. This slide looks at some of the unknowns that are always acting to help or hurt our forecast. On the upside, we have increased tax revenue from continued development throughout the city. While it's tough to know exactly when a new project will come online, we do know that every one of these developments increases the assessed value of a property and provides additional revenue to the city in the form of property tax, and in many cases, business tax, sales tax, or transient occupancy tax, depending on the type of development. Tourism revenues continue their steady growth following the pandemic, with a new hotel in town and potentially more on the way, and a new airport terminal under construction, which will soon welcome visitors to our city. And the performance of Burbank's restaurants and entertainment industry remains very strong as well. Overall low employment rates continue to drive up wages, putting money in people's pockets. And we are lowering our recurring UAL pension payments with each year we extend our pension funding plan. And due to our very strong general fund cash position, we were able to expand that plan while still fully funding our reserves with enough cash left over to insulate the city from an economic downturn or other unexpected event. Now, on the flip side, while the projections of a recession still have not yet materialized, the pandemic spending habits are a thing of the past, and the overall performance of our retail and automotive industries have been a bit sluggish. The current high interest rate environment has helped with inflation, but continues to limit our housing supply and makes buying a home or a car even less affordable to consumers. And political instability, both at home and abroad, threatens the global economy and will likely get worse before it gets better, with a contentious November 2024 election heading our way. And lastly, of course, we know that any underperformance of CalPERS investment returns or assumption changes will result in bigger pension costs for the city down the road. Now, fortunately for Burbank, prior city council decisions have put us in a strong position to be able to weather those future economic events. Now is a great time to remind the council that in addition to our projected spendable balance of nearly $7.2 million, we are fully funding our formal reserves, our compensated absences reserves, and our Section 115 pension trust in accordance with the City Council's financial policies. These reserve numbers will be updated as part of the adoption of the budget, but altogether the council has $90 million in available unrestricted funds and reserves for their use. So in conclusion, the fiscal year 24-25 proposed general fund budget is balanced on a recurring basis for at least the next 3 years of our financial forecast. And while we anticipate deficits in years 4 and 5, these equate to less than 1% of the overall general fund budget. And we have a projected one-time general fund cash balance of $7.2 million to further help us resolve those future deficits. We believe that this proposed general fund budget we presented tonight reflects the City Council's goals and priorities, with several new appropriations funded in this budget to meet the city's needs. And the budget also includes an enhanced pension funding plan that will provide additional long-term recurring budget savings for the city. And that concludes our general fund presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions the council may have. And of course, we also have representatives from each of our departments here to answer questions regarding specific line items in the budget. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Becker. Mr. City Attorney, I just want to consult with you on the record. We have, I believe, 4 more additional presentations teed up for tonight. I don't believe we have any comment card, but in fairness, I think we would need to go through the entirety of the presentations before we can take comments and questions.
So it's the chair's pleasure. So the council has to provide an opportunity either before or during. You could elect so that the public didn't have to wait until the very end to have them speak once now, and they could address any of the topics, or you could have them wait until everything's done.
Well, if it's the chair's discretion, anybody want to speak? Going once? Going twice? Okay, questions? I'll just do that after each one. So there we go. I doubt we're going to have public comment, though I find it riveting myself.
Thank you.
But no, it is riveting. This is where, the future of Burbank's decided and all, but I'll get off my soapbox. Anyone have questions? Questions? Yes.
Mr. Mayor, and I'm not sure, I need to direct this to staff. You did mention that if we had any other items to add, is this the right time to do it, or do you want us to go through the whole presentation?
Absolutely can be done right now if you'd like.
Okay. I'm going to go for it. So, a couple of things, and I know my colleagues will weigh in. One item earlier, we heard from the speakers regarding Leadership Burbank, seeking, I believe it was $12,000 per year for 3 years, so it's a total of $36,000. I just want to put that out there and see if my colleagues will agree with that, because this program is very beneficial for our city staff, the community, and also it develops our boards and commissions.
I think for the sake of time, Councilmember Mullins, I'll take it as a request for any new agenda items. So I'll construe that as a request for a budget white paper to fund that request, and maybe we can bring that back in a couple weeks.
I don't know how they're going to process it, so
Sure.
I'm just going to put it out there.
Yes, we can bring out a discussion paper on any of those topics in 2 weeks' time when we review the rest of the budget.
Great.
Okay.
Please go on.
The second item, and I know I didn't see it in here, however, we did talk about it with the joint meeting with the Burbank School District, and that was the SRO program. I know we didn't conclude whether we are going to provide SROs or not, but this was talked about, and I wanted to know if this is something we need to visit now or in the future. And how are we still in conversation with the school district or not?
Mr. Hess.
Don't fight for it.
You could certainly ask that. We could follow up, and at least as far from a budget perspective, we could let you know what that cost is.
Okay.
I think there's still more follow-up with the school district that we would need to vet out, but at the very least, you could see what an additional SRO cost would be for the city.
Okay, thank you. My last item, and I don't know if it falls really under the discussion tonight or kept the CIP discussion in the future, and that's a Starlight Bowl, to take a look at the Starlight Bowl for perhaps upgrading our wonderful bowl.
Absolutely. That is one of our projects. We actually have money appropriated for that. That's going to be discussed on the 21st under our capital infrastructure program. So there is money for that. There's some looking at a feasibility study to see what we could do, but that will be more fully talked about at the next meeting.
Great, thank you. Who'd like to go next?
Go.
Vice Mayor?
First, I do have one question for you, Jennifer. I know this was earlier on, so forgive me, slides 18 and 19. Just in your general expert opinion, do you have an idea of why TPT has reached the pre-pandemic levels while our TOT just can't quite get there?
Well, actually, TOT has reached pre-pandemic levels.
Really?
So both revenues have surpassed dollar figures I'm sorry,
I think
surpassed
what
the
you're
revenue
saying is
levels.
it's the
prior to
occupancy
pandemic.
rate that hasn't caught up, but the TOT certainly has met that.
Correct. And
Right.
part of what's driving that increase in TOT is not just the occupancy levels, but also the average daily rate charged by our hotels. Inflation, of course, is driving some of that. Honestly, I don't really have an opinion as to why we haven't quite reached the occupancy we had in 2019. But if you look at forecasts statewide, I think cities around the state are experiencing kind of a similar slow recovery. The California Board of Tourism estimated that it would take about 7 years to reach pre-pandemic levels of occupancy, and that's kind of what we're seeing here in Burbank, although some months we've gotten awfully close. I would argue that 2024 number will probably prop up a little bit as we get towards summer because we've only shown occupancy to date, and of course our busy time, vacation time is during the summer. We'll probably see a little bump. But of course, overall occupancy goes down when you have more rooms in town. So adding a new hotel actually makes that occupancy drop. But for us, that's a great thing, right?
Yeah, I'd love to see what that looks like after the summer. All right, and now for my asks. Okay, so I would like to see a discussion paper on a community event and program grant that's a recurring ask. Given the amount of asks we've received from the community, some of them have been very public today, some of them have been via email form, and I think it would be fair to evaluate those in a program format.
Vice Mayor, do you have a number in mind that would be helpful for us?
I would like to leave it to staff.
Okay.
Give me a number.
We're fine with that. Okay.
Just to clarify, if I might, Vice Mayor, is your proposal essentially to have, kind of like we did with the arts program a few years back, sort of have a recurring revolving
Yes.
fund that folks can apply to?
Yes, that's my goal. And I'm leaving it kind of open, mostly because as we've seen, these events, these program requests are all very different, but they are coming at us in different avenues, and I would like to find a centralized way where folks can apply for funding. And then my next ask is for a discussion paper on a girls' fire camp. Let me know if you need more details for that. And then my very last ask is for a discussion paper on a firefighter cadet program. Throwing you a lot, Danny.
Yeah, we'll definitely add that to the list, and that will we'll try to get you that information all for the 21st.
Thank you.
And again, even on the 21st, you still have the 4th to so there's opportunity for us to review that more if we don't have all the information.
That's all I got.
Great, thank you. Who'd like to go next? Councilmember Takahashi.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just have clarification questions about the presentation. Okay,
Sure,
great,
please.
thank you. Great idea, great thoughts. I'm looking forward to hearing or reading those papers. Yes, so thank you, Ms. Becker, for the presentation. And I have clarification questions about both the rate costs and the new requests, budget requests. So just a general question about the fee schedule. So I noticed in the fee schedule, most of the increases are 3 to 4%, kind of across the board. Can you kind of just speak to that about why that number, and then kind of relate it back to also what you had mentioned about the cost of user fees or the cost of fees can't be higher than the actual.
That's right.
Okay.
Proposition 26 tells us that we cannot charge more for a fee than it actually costs us to provide that service. You may recall last year we brought you back an extensive fee study, which we do roughly once every 5 years. And that looks at every single service the city provides and tries to put a cost estimate. Staff goes in and they estimate like the amount of labor per permit or the, very detailed analysis of the cost of providing those services. And what we try to do is align those fees with the level of recovery that the council deems appropriate through that cost recovery policy. If we were to go back on the slide, which is slide 21, you'll see that cost recovery policy. For core services, we try to keep our recovery levels very low, or we subsidize that service because we feel like it's central to what the city does. Then there are some services where we feel like there's some benefit to the individual and some benefit to the city, and we kind of recover, a middle of the road amount of cost of providing the service. And then there are some services, like a ADU permit is a perfect example. It really only benefits the individual and it's not really a city benefit. And for those services, we want to recover the cost of providing that service, right? So that we can continue to provide that service and provide the customer service at the levels that the city needs to keep that program going. So we did that fee study last year, we adjusted our recovery rates, and we adopted an updated fee schedule. Now, in those in-between years, until the next time we go and do a full fee study, what our consultant recommends is you increase your fees by CPI, which is the Consumer Price Index. Because as we know, salaries go up, cost of supplies goes up, the cost of doing everything goes up every year. And if we kept our fees the same, the percentage of the cost we would recover would go down each year. So increasing by CPI allows us to maintain that same level of recovery from year to year until such time as we do another fee study, probably in the next 4 to 5 years.
Great, thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
So what I'm hearing you say is that the increase, because we get questions about the fee schedule.
Sure.
So the increase across the general increase across the board and the individual increases that are higher than 3 or 4%, they're not intended to make money. They're intended to recover fees that are going to be the cost of providing the service.
Recover the city's cost for providing the service, and in most cases, I would say the majority of cases, the city does not recover the full cost of the service. There are not very many examples where we're recovering 100% of our costs just because we elect not to do so, because we want to keep costs reasonable for our customers, and we also don't want to price our customers out of that service. So, it varies from fee to fee depending on what you're looking at, but that's basically the general thought behind the CPI increase, is just to kind of keep us at the level where we maintain that same recovery year after year.
Okay. So most of the fees we charge, there's some portion that we are absorbing the cost of the service and charging just a percentage of what the actual cost is. And each to this slide that you had mentioned with the graph here, it's based on the kind of service it is, we will absorb more or less depending on.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
The more the service benefits the individual, the more we'll try to recover. But there are some services that benefit the community as a whole, for which we either don't charge a fee or charge a very minimal fee because we feel like there's a community benefit to providing that service.
Okay. But the service.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, we have a triangle 80 to 20% thing that we use, right? For that?
Yes.
It's on slide 20.
Yeah,
it's on
you did the slide.
Yeah. That's what she was referring to.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So if you're following along at home, slide 21, the triangle.
There it is.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess just want to make sure that it's really clear that the fee schedule is not intended to be a for-profit venture. It is not. It's just kind of making it really clear that this is about recovering costs, and we're absorbing. We're deciding as a city in this budget how much we're going to absorb in the city budget and how much we're going to ask the community to directly, cover the cost of the thing. Okay. And then I have 2 specific questions about a fee schedule items. Both of them are from fire or public. Actually, EMS and response to fire alarm. I think that's both.
Both of those are fire.
Yeah.
I'll call on the chief to come up here.
So one of my,
If you wouldn't mind giving me a page number. Then
Sure,
I can show them where
page
you're at.
21 on the fee schedule. Absolutely. Item I, looks like, I think, if I'm looking at these numbers correctly, maybe I1. So I've mentioned before how much I appreciate our emergency membership fee, EMS membership fee. It's a really great service for the community. It's a low-cost service. Could you just briefly, for the benefit of the community, describe what this membership service is?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Council, Danny Alvarez, Fire Chief. The EMS membership fee allows community members to pay into the fee, and should they have a medical emergency that requires a transport to the hospital, our normal ambulance fee they would not pay that ambulance fee. Their insurance would still get billed for that portion, but that they would not have any fees associated with it as being part of the program.
Okay, and how do they get charged for it? Like through where do they sign up to get?
How do they pay?
Yeah.
Christine, you want to?
So
I have my fire administrator here.
Thanks.
Christine Ellis.
Yeah.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Schultz, members of City Council, Christine Ellis, Fire Administrator. So in regards to signing up for the EMS membership program, residents can find the application on our website, burbankfire.us. They can submit the application to the email that's listed on the application. It's our EMS membership program generic email address. And then fire department staff will process the application. So residents can opt to either pay monthly through their BWP bill, or pay the annual fee. We do send out renewal reminders and annual letters for those who want to continue their membership. So more information can be found on our website. You can also reach out to the fire department directly at our General Fire Prevention Bureau line.
It doesn't automatically renew?
We seek out confirmation of the annual renewal. But if someone is signed up for the monthly payments, that's automatically billed to them.
Okay.
So it would only be for the annual fee that we would seek confirmation of renewal.
Great. So one of the things I brought up last year about this program is, I asked about, is it possible to basically sign everybody up for it and ask them to opt out? And then the paper that was, discussion paper that came back was that that's not allowed because reasons, basically legal reasons. So I'm looking at this fee increase here, and I'm just wondering if there's a way to increase the membership in this program, or there's a way to wrap it up into some of our other benefit programs that BWP offers, or I mentioned some of the park programs, and finding ways that we can help folks sign up for the program and benefit from it.
The department certainly seeks to promote the EMS membership program. It's a great program. With the recent assignment of an administrative analyst to the Fire Prevention Bureau, specifically for public outreach, we do have plans to promote the program not only on our website and social media, but also in reaching out to the community, speaking to different boards and commissions. Right now, we have approximately 10,000 individuals covered through the program. Okay. So that's multiple individuals per household. So the membership actually covers a household, right, and the individuals registered at that address. So we are certainly open to ideas and suggestions on how to increase membership in the program, but we do plan on reaching out this fiscal year.
Okay. So if there's anything that you need from us in the budget or a way to help promote that, 10,000 people, that's great, but that's 10%. It'd be great to see a higher percentage. And the fee increase is $2 a month, which for some folks that could, with the additional costs of electricity and water and all that, just even more, right? But also just in general, the cost of transport and insurance costs and everything else, right? So really helping our community being able to access this would be great. So if there's a way we can do that, would be great. So thank you. And then the second question I have is about false alarms. Okay. So the increase in false alarm fees is from $450 to $725. So can you just kind of speak to that increase, and how often do you get false alarms? Who's getting false alarms? Just kind of speak to this fee a little bit, please.
So I'll speak to it. I also have our fire marshal, Battalion Chief Dave Burke, here as well. So as far as the false alarms, it is not for each false alarm. So it is after 3 false alarms. Okay. And the intent of that fee is if there's a faulty system within a building, obviously every one of those false alarms causes a response, and so that just to ensure that those alarms are maintained as they should be and maintained in working order, so that we're not inadvertently sending a response out to multiple false alarms at the same location.
Okay, that's very reassuring. Thank you. I was worried that an individual whose false alarm maybe has gone off, or a small business would have to pay $725 on the first go. So I really appreciate that is after 3 times.
Yeah, and just to clarify also, when we say a false alarm, when we look at those fees, we also look at the cause of the alarm. So a false alarm that is caused by an alarm doing what it's supposed to. So there was, let's say, burnt popcorn that caused some smoke, and that caused the alarm to go off, which we determined to be not necessarily an emergency. That is considered as well. What we're really looking at is a faulty alarm that is continuously being activated.
And not being fixed, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there are a number of other circumstances. If there is something that the alarm is working as intended, but it is due to certain situations or behaviors or whatever it is that is continuously causing those responses, then that would apply as well.
Got it. Great. Well, thank you for clarifying that.
Okay.
Makes sense. Great. Thank you. And then I have some questions about the new proposed. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you. Great. Okay.
And Councilmember Takahashi,
Yeah.
so the public can follow along. I
Yes.
think you're referring to slide 43, those discussion papers that are in our binder?
No, I'm referring to the budget requests that are already incorporated in the budget that's presented. And that's one of the sections in the binder. I think it's the second section in the binder, or the PDF. If you're looking at the PDF, it's the second section. It starts with this. I think this is the first page where it's this colorful graph. Okay, great. And it has a really easy to read, project by project, item by item, description of what the ask is, which department it's in, why it's being asked for. So there's just a few that I just want a little clarification on to understand what the ask is.
Absolutely, and I'll call our department heads up as it refers to their different departments, but we can go ahead and throw it at me.
Great, awesome. Okay, let's see. That one was already asked, so I'm gonna skip that one. Thank you. All right, so the first question I have is about the ADU. The ADU asked for this is community development, yeah.
Is it the ADU program?
The ADU program with the Assembly Bill 434 requirement to have a local pre-approved program? Yeah, great. So could you speak to that because we already have a pre-approval program, correct? And can you speak to the request for that? Also, it says in the description that the plan submitted through this program will require more thorough analysis, and that seems to be counterintuitive to me. So it's page 7 in that section. Item number 8. That gives a little bit more specific detail from the slide. But basically, I'd just love to learn a little bit more about this program for the pre-approved ADUs and what the concept is for it, for locally looking at.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, members of the City Council, Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director. We have an existing pre-approved ADU program that the Building and Safety Division, plan check engineers put together based on some pre-approved plans that the City of Los Angeles was using. It was an attempt to be responsive to council and public interest in that sort of thing, to make it hopefully facilitate the ADU process a little bit. There's a new state Assembly Bill 434, as you mentioned, that requires the establishment of the pre-approved accessory dwelling unit program. We expect about 10 submittals per month to be added to the pre-approved options list. We got to review those. We anticipate that the $260,000 will be revenue offset through the plan check process. So we expect that consultant service cost will be fully covered by the applicants.
What's the consultant? Is a consultant being brought on to review the projects?
Review, yes.
So we're not going to review the projects in-house then?
There are a good number of things we don't review in-house and we use consultant services for, and we use cost recovery to pay for that.
All right, so specifically for these pre-approved ADU projects, this is for to pay for the consultants?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And so 10 per month, there's 260,000 is to pay for the basically the labor for reviewing those.
That's right.
Okay, great.
Yeah, they charge us an hourly rate.
Okay, and getting it up and running to get our own plans locally, are we going to use the same plans that we have from LA? Are we going to be?
Sure. Yeah, so the submittals will be the development of that plan, right? So there's new options that are added to the list. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Don't go away. One more quick question. Okay. So next page, item number 11 with the Toyota pickup trucks. Just really quick, and whenever I'm looking at new vehicles, it's basically all the new vehicles that we're looking at in the budget, my question is this going to be an e-vehicle? Is this going to be hydrogen? How are we prepping for, if we're going to bring new vehicles into our fleet, how are we prepping for the requirement for our vehicles to be clean energy? So just this particular one, these Toyota pickup trucks, are they going to be e-vehicles? Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, council members, Ken Berkman, Public Works Director, thank you for the question. In the big picture, we have developed a fleet diversification and optimization study for the fleet. And every opportunity that we have to meet our California mandated goals is looked at with each individual purchase. So I don't know the answer right now, but in all likelihood, the smaller vehicles like sedans or pickups are slated to be EVs, and pending the infrastructure development that we have citywide. So the answer is, as a whole, absolutely, and individually, we take it as it comes and see what's available for the vehicles and for our infrastructure to charge it.
Right, because these trucks, the pickup trucks, are probably in the smaller vehicle category.
Right.
Okay, so just in general, since I have you up here, about vehicles and purchasing vehicles for our fleets, the larger vehicles. What I'm hearing is that the e-vehicles versions of like utility trucks and whatnot are just too difficult to charge quickly. They require a lot higher charge. So could you speak a little bit to like how you're planning on getting new vehicles in that category?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks again for the question. This is a very hot topic for public works directors across the state. And I say that because I just went to the league conference in March, and it was a spirited debate and talking to CARB and telling them the reality of not only just the fact that they can't produce electric vehicles enough for us to get. As a matter of fact, I think it was Caltrans that put in an order for like 6,000 themselves. Where are we getting it? And then not only that, but of course the infrastructure is lagging. The industry is lagging because all these new parts have to be produced and available to us. We can't even get parts, for our regular powered vehicles now. So when we move on to the larger fleet, the thing that we all know about is police and fire and BWP and public works, all first responders. We're not going to put EVs until they are absolutely 100% reliable, and we know they're going to be there when we need them at the most. So that's where the diversification word came from in the study that we did. It's not just, it should never be one power source when we have to have vehicles immediately in an emergency. So it's really a big conversation across the state, and Burbank and the executive team were really looking at it closely all the time.
Great, thank you so much for that. Because the life of the vehicles we're going to purchase now, I mean, that's what, 20, 30 years?
It depends on the vehicle, of course, anywhere from 10 to 20. And we forecast that, and we look, that's how we do the replacement. So we forecast the life and save for that. And to the other point about especially the larger vehicles, they're exponentially still more expensive to buy. And no less charge and keep. And I just got to throw this out for myself and all the other public works directors across the state. People need to realize all these battery-powered vehicles are heavier than our vehicles now. They're going to tear up our roads quicker. That's going to be a cost that people really don't think about, because in the long term, that's what's going to happen once they're all out there. So we have to forecast that budget as well.
Okay. So is it safe to say that with the various vehicle purchases that are being proposed, that the ones that are accessible with e-versions, that have a reasonable priced one, that are smaller vehicles that's being pursued, and then the ones that are a little bit more complicated or need to be faster charged, you're taking a little bit more time to decide on what kind of vehicles, or we're going to use more of a diversification approach?
Yeah, I think the easy way to say it is, and we're really doing a good job, the low-hanging fruit, the ones that are up to be replaced, we first look at the EVs and the sedans and the pickups. They're becoming more and more prevalent.
Great. Thank you so much. That actually answers like 5 of my questions. So
My pleasure.
I appreciate that. Yeah. And then the last set of questions I have is for Park and Rec. Okay. So. All right.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz and council members. Marissa Garcia, Parks and Recreation Director.
Great, thank you. So I sent you a couple questions already, so you know, but just for this, for the sake of the public watching. So on page 37, to start off with the trees, page 37, item 1, private contractual services with forestry services to trim the trees. Now, trimming trees has been a topic that's been in the community. So could you speak a little bit more to this this request for $500,000 for tree trimming, how it might be the same or different, or what it is, compared to how tree trimming has been in the past however many years?
Certainly, happy to answer that question. So the $500,000 request is a one-time request to keep our existing budget consistent. So currently, this fiscal year, we received a $500,000 allocation to our existing $700,000 budget. So our current budget for tree trimming services that is provided by our contractor is $1.2 million. And we are on track to spend that this fiscal year. The request for the $500,000 was, again, a one-time request, as we are also requesting a $1.1 million request to do an urban forest master plan, in which, once that plan, if the funding is approved, we will have a more accurate number of what our funding should be to maintain the 33,000 trees that we have. I will also take a step back. So we for our tree trimming services, we have internal staff. So we have forestry crew that does some of the work, responds to residents' requests, emergencies, plants trees, and then our contractor primarily focuses on the grid pruning of our trees and our parkways.
Okay, great, thank you. Because I think it looked like it was a new request, but it's continuation.
Correct.
Okay, great. And then my second question is about the nutrition program for seniors, and so I'm just curious about the fund. I was under the understanding that this was funded by a grant. I just want to clarify: is the request that you're making still a request for under the grant, or is it our own general fund? Can you just kind of explain how that whole program is funded? It'd be great.
Certainly. So our nutrition program, which Ms. Becker noted, we've served approximately 125,000 meals for our seniors and our disabled individuals who are homebound. Costs the city about $2 million to run that program. Okay. We do have a grant that the baseline of that grant subsidizes about 30%. Of the program, meaning that the city then would subsidize the additional 70%. However, staff has been really diligent in seeking additional funding sources, which you will receive a staff report in the next couple of weeks, of some additional funding that we were able to secure.
Great.
So that subsidy is now at 50%. So about 50% will be subsidized by the grant, and 50% is subsidized by the general fund.
Okay, so this request in the new request, is this from the general fund, or is this a recovery from one of the grants?
So the request is from the general fund.
Okay.
And I don't want to further complicate this, but we're in the process of submitting for our next 4-year cycle.
Okay.
So we anticipate that our baseline funding will be increased. This request that we're asking for is strictly the cost of food and supplies have gone up, so we are anticipating that at least 50% of that request will be subsidized through the grant.
Great. And my last question about this program is, do we have enough, can we meet the demand? Do we have enough meals for the folks in the community who want them?
Yes, we do.
Wonderful. Great. Thank you so much. Those are my questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you. I'll start with parks. One of the requests on page 27 was an increase in overtime, a recurring cost in overtime for the animal shelter in the amount of $34,000. Now, I know the animal shelter's 24/7 and they work on holidays, nights, weekends, I get that. If we know that it's recurring, is there any discussion of increasing or adding a part-time employee to come and do that, so we're not always paying overtime, we'd rather just have a salary? Has that discussion happened, or is that still sort of theoretical that we're working out the overtime hours?
So we actually have had that conversation. Over the last year, we've been evaluating the overtime budget for the animal shelter, and that is a topic that we are have explored. Part of the overtime cost, though, is to fund or to pay for our staff to work on holidays, certain holidays. So our operation is 24/7 operation. Right. So while we can, and be more than happy to add to our existing animal control officer workforce, we don't know that it would really pan out adding another position. While an overtime request of $30,000 is a lot of money, adding another position or even a part-time position may not pencil out.
Because they would still have to get holiday pay.
Correct.
Working on the holidays.
Correct.
Okay, and that's considered overtime on the line item. Okay, all right. I'm glad you had the discussion. Thank you. Page 36. This was interesting to me. It's an increase in the recurring costs of bank services charges, specifically for people paying for park permits, I imagine, online.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. And so it's an increase of $26,000 in the cost of bank credit card processing fees. So this goes back to the triangle we were talking about earlier. We cover the cost of the bank processing fees completely, and now they've increased the fees, so now we have to pay more. Is that what's happening? Or yeah, explain it to me.
So the bank service fees is for all of our transactions. We do have a bulk of park permits. When we look at our increasing the fees, again, try to balance not increasing our fees significantly, while we can absolutely increase fees to cover our bank service charges. It would be passing through that cost. But I will mention that this is not an isolated, which I think Ms. Becker was going to speak to, just citywide. The cost of, obviously everything's online and people are paying through credit cards, and so just the mere transaction of credit card transactions, the volume of credit card transactions, the bank service fees just continue to skyrocket.
I have seen those fees
Yes.
increase on my own end, mostly because there are a few services that I pay for on my own where the customer covers the cost of the fee. When we talk about that triangle and the 80 and the 20 and all of that, when I think about park permits, that's people going out. These are optional things for them. It's not necessarily like they have to pay their utility rates, which everyone has to do, or other things like that. I'd be very interested in seeing if we could, for things that are for the individual, like we say the 80-20, see if we can pass those bank service fees along, pay the percentage to the individual who's, booking an event for a private birthday party. We don't need to cover those $2 and $3 fees. So for me, I'm just saying, we can, if we want to have that discussion, I'd love to see some of the items that we let folks have the convenience of paying for online at home. The things that benefit the individual, we cover the 20% versus 80 or more. I'm imagining we cover probably 100% on a lot of these because it's so transactional.
A portion. We do collect an admin, like the application fee is to cover our admin costs. But certainly, I don't know that we have done a full evaluation or assessment, but we're happy to go back. And of the credit card fees, I mean, our park permits are about 800 permits a year. We also have, 11,000 participants in our contract class programs. All these people pay with credit cards, so.
Right.
But happy to look at that for the park permits.
Because I think there's some things, if someone's taken a cooking class, right? Like we don't need to cover the full, like some of these things we can pass along. When I think about the 80-20 triangle, definitely some of these could fall more towards the 20. And if these fees keep going up, we're offering the convenience. So I just for future budget, I'd like to see if we could tackle that because it's not, the 26,000 right there.
I just wanted to point out that you do see bank service charge fees throughout our city departments. Anybody that takes credit card payment is going to incur a fee from the bank. And even if we were to pass that fee on to the consumer, we would still need the line item in the budget in order to pay the bill to the bank when they charge us the service fee. So we could choose to make it revenue offset by collecting like a convenience fee, but either way, the bank service charge has to stay in the budget because we need some way of then paying that out to the vendor.
Right. No, I get that. Yeah. It's just that increase alone is, I'm like, okay, it's like pennies on the dollar and then it starts to add up, Okay. I wanted to, thank you. Yeah, I'm good for perks. I wanted to piggyback something off of the Toyotas, the two Toyota trucks from Public Works. If I could just have a quick discussion about something I brought up, I think a couple years ago in the budget. I think it was my first budget year. So two things. One, if we wanted to get electric vehicles this year, the line item is $110,000 for two vehicles. Would there be a possibility for us to find something close to that? It doesn't have to be exactly the same price. Like I'd be willing to spend a little bit more money if we could find two vehicles that are either electric vehicles. I would even go so far as to get a hybrid because of the very fact that Councilmember Takahashi mentioned in the next 3, 4, 5 years, we're definitely going to be hitting some caps. We're going to be seeing more state bills coming at us to meet regulations. So obviously we haven't bought the vehicles yet, right? So I would entertain a discussion amongst our council and to hear some feedback from staff. If we allocated a little bit more money and tried to get something, more environmentally friendly versus just trying to get the budget passed. I mean, it's a big ticket item, $110,000. Would it be feasible if we had a little bit more money to go out there and actually get something more environmentally friendly? That's all I'm asking.
So, Councilmember Anthony, it's not a money issue with the smaller units. It's really a case-by-case basis of the use and the balance of all the vehicles we have to get, the infrastructure that we have in place for staff to conveniently charge the vehicles, make sure that charge lasts the entire day for their duties, come back and make sure it could be plugged in somewhere. So it's the fund is not the issue, the cost is not the issues until we talk about the larger vehicles. It's really what infrastructure do we have in place and what are staff's needs vis-a-vis all the other vehicles that we purchase and know we have to get this year and the next several years. So it's a big picture plan that we analyze every vehicle purchase that we need to make as to whether we're going to get an EV or a hybrid or even currently a gas-powered vehicle.
Okay. All right, let me think
I
about.
think that we do strive to be as green as we can, so it's
Mhm.
not that we're resistant. We do have to balance our needs, just like Mr. Berkman said. So we are going to try to get the most environmentally sustainable vehicle that we can. It's just we may not be able to. Availability. There's a lot of different factors, but we strive to be as green as we can.
Well, that brings me to a separate but I think equal discussion point. Later on in the budget, we see some Chevys being purchased. I mentioned a few years back that I would like to see us put in American-made purchase on vehicles citywide. Are we at a point now where American manufacturers have the fleets available to us for us to purchase? Like, is that an option that we could even entertain at this point?
I couldn't answer that right now, factually.
Okay.
I would just say that these are very detailed operational considerations. I've had 2 one-ton American trucks. They were not made in America. They were actually made in Mexico, both of them. The Toyota Camry made in Kentucky is actually more American-made than a lot of American trucks. And the problem is that is an evolving. So we went a couple years not being able to buy a single vehicle because our procurement structure kept us behind other people. So the challenges faced in trying to procure fleet vehicles are actually very complicated. And whether a vehicle made today in America is going to be made, they even do special component manufacturing and final assembly to get around tariffs. So it's something that staff needs to stay kind of nimble on, because the legal test, if there were one, for whether it were made in America is something that switches from the state to the federal government, constantly.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, just having the conversation. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
I wanted to. Had 2 questions on.
I suppose we could express a preference for American-made vehicles, right? Nothing wrong with that. Not a
Well,
mandate.
then it's just a logo thing, right?
Well,
I'd like to talk about the police budget real quick. I have, I believe, 2 questions.
While you look that up, I think one other thing with the electric vehicle piece, I think it bodes well for all of us here on this dais to talk with our state and federal partners about the infrastructure needs we need to make that happen.
yeah, you should talk to someone about that.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, I mean, Mr. Berkman had alluded to Cal Cities discussing it, and it's a huge topic of discussion. And I don't know if you remember, but last meeting I mentioned how I'd gone to a BizFed conference in Union Station about transportation, and one of the things they talked about was specifically fleet vehicles and also cargo transportation, so large-scale trucks, and how the statewide requirement for electricity is just basically right now it's impossible to get to because there's just the vehicles aren't there. So looking at our city and how we're procuring, how we're getting fleet vehicles, I mean, it's a plan to get all electric because we were required to, but at the same time, the reality of what's available and what those trucks can do, like the fact that
the power
emergency
and the performance. And,
an emergency response. So they just can't charge fast enough. So even if you had it, they can't. So I think it's more of a policy of doing the best we can to get there, maybe, with what we have. And that sounds like that's what they're doing, from my point.
I think this is a great discussion of global trade policy. However, if we have Chief Albanese or any other rep from BPD here, I think you had a question, council member?
Just.
Welcome back, Chief.
Thank you. Good evening again.
Hello. I'm going through the police section on the binder, page 3 under Patrol Division. It just jumped out at me here. Our insurance, 62,220. The insurance rates jumped like a lot.
Do you want me to handle that?
What's going on with insurance? Is that a?
I'm going to defer to the finance director on this.
What is going on with our insurance rates? Is this everywhere? Is this?
Yes, so I'll make an attempt to answer that, and Ms. McClinton, if she has wants to jump in, I'm certainly happy to allow her to explain. But overall, the city has a liability fund, which we'll cover later on in our non-general fund presentations, and it pays for insurance citywide, right? So rather than each department buying its own insurance, we pool our money into a fund and we pay for insurance. So two things are happening. One, you will see cost increases citywide because the cost of procuring insurance has increased greatly, and we'll talk about those budget increases when we get to the Fund 530 budget. And then the second part is each department's individual insurance rates will go up and down because we charge them for insurance based on a 3-year claims history. So depending on the number of claims or litigation settlements they've had over the past 3 years, that their rate will fluctuate accordingly. So not to call out the police department, but that's probably why you've seen an increase there, and you'll see that vary year to year between our different departments.
Okay. I mean, I don't want to say there wasn't any claims, but that's fine. All right. Thank you for that. Chief, there's another line item down there, Fund 537, the computer system rental also went up a bit. Did we put in a bunch of new computers?
Same situation. So the rental rates for our IT fund, they charge out to the different departments based on their annual cost of service study they do. So each department sort of pays rent for their computers and their technology system. My guess is we probably saw the police technology rate increase because of the work we've been doing on implementing the new CAD system, which is probably related to the cost. So more IT labor goes towards the police department in that specific year than they see
what's
their
the CAD system?
cost increases.
You know what? That's a good one for the police chief to come up and talk about that, because that's a $5 million project that really is the lifeline of the police department. So maybe
This
if we
is where
could-
my knowledge kind of stops.
Yeah,
so.
if you could give a brief overview. I know we're still in implementation phase, but this is a big project that we got the ARPA money from, so I'll let you give a quick summary of it.
I will, and I'll be very brief. So it's CAD, C-A-D, RMS, so Computer Aided Dispatch Record Management System. So when you phone the police department, phone 911, that's where it begins. And how all that is tracked from the initial call to a disposition to any investigative issues associated with that call, that is all an integrated process. That is the heart and soul of the organization as far as that CAD RMS system. That's how we operate.
Okay. And we've just started implementing that, or?
No. So the system that we currently have, that we're going to do a cutover June and August, is the life expectancy of that system has ended. So about every 20 years, you have to look at a new system. The system that we are onboarding, we believe that it will take us 20 to 30 years with the technology that we're onboarding now. It will be transformative as far as our efficiency, as far as delivery of service, as far as capturing data, information. It'll codify. It's integrated with our body-worn camera system. So all of that is going to take us to a very contemporary level.
When is, what's implementation date? What are we looking at?
So June 25th, 3rd, 4th, and then August 8th. So there's two cutovers.
And they've been working on this for several months now, so this has been in process for a while.
Okay, so this line item budget, we're expecting that just a 1-year expenditure. This is not ongoing, is it, or?
They fluctuate from year to year, so depending on the level of service provided by the IT department, it could go up 1 year and down 1 year. I wouldn't be surprised to see another year just because of the length of this project, that there probably is still some IT labor involved, as you know, because they're still supporting the project currently. So
But we
maybe
always have rental rates.
we
for
will
IT.
always have rental rates.
Right, no, I know, yeah.
Yeah, they'll vary from year to year based on where the projects are. So, in
Yeah.
a couple years, if we do a major project in finance, you'll probably see our rental rates go up and police go down, and so it'll move around.
I see our IT is up here.
Can I add a little? Yeah, please do. And if you can share the journey, how long we've been on this journey?
We've been on this journey for a very, very long time, but we're almost to the end of the journey. The rental rates include really the total cost of ownership for the system. So it will include the cost for implementation. It will include maintenance costs, but we also depreciate these assets over time, so that in the end, we'll actually have funds available to replace it when it's time to replace it. You may already know this, but technology only has a certain lifespan, and we really track that lifespan, and we try to depreciate over that lifespan so that we have funds available to replace the systems when they come to the end of their lifespan. So CAD RMS is a part of the increase in those rental rates, but also the body-worn cameras, the cost for those, we're replacing those systems here pretty soon also. Those are the big cost drivers for their rental rates.
And once it's in place, I'm just looking at budget-wise, that the year over year is going to come down. This is because that was a
Year
huge
over
jump.
year will come down, but again, there's
Okay.
still maintenance costs, and
Sure,
there's
sure.
still the depreciation.
I'm looking at difference from year to year. You know, we just had a big jump this year.
Big
is what
jump
I'm-
because of the
That's
implementation.
what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. So that we're not looking at that projected out. It's going to be just this
Yes.
year. Okay.
Yes.
All right. That makes me feel a little better. Okay. Those are my two questions. I'm disappointed in the insurance. I mean, I've been looking at our team the last 3 years. We did really great. I mean, I don't know who's doing all these insurance claims against us. Anyway. Yeah. What's good? But you were saying it's percentage-wise to the police based on 3 years of incidents.
That's how it's charged, but Ms. McClinton will actually explain why our premiums are actually rising.
Okay.
Yeah. So good evening, council members. Betsy McClinton with the Management Services Department. So it is very true that the municipalities across California are really experiencing significant increases in general liability insurance rates. This has actually been like a 5-year trend that we've been seeing. Over the last several years, every time we're before you with budget, we're asking for significant increases, largely to cover general liability insurance increases, but also to cover other lines of insurance like property and other things that we place. The biggest drivers really in the municipal space for general liability are frankly, police claims, statewide, also large dangerous conditions claims, and the issues are that we're seeing huge judgments, and we're seeing really kind of astronomical judgments coming down and settlements coming down. Another area as well as sexual molestation, there have been some pretty big judgments and settlements that have come in against municipalities in that space as well. And it's not just about our own experience. Our own experience has actually been pretty decent compared to other municipalities. But when an entire insurance space is impacted like this, then we have rates that increased throughout the entire municipal market for insurance. So I believe that actually relative to a lot of our neighbors, the city of Burbank is doing very well. We've been
Yeah, I agree with you. That's the thing. We haven't been hit with any of these judgments or any of these claims, but we're being lumped in because our department goes over and above. I've watched for the last 3 years. I've been right here in this chair.
So the issue really is that the insurance market, if an insurance market is hit, and it doesn't necessarily have to be general liability, it could also be a bad property claim, but in general, if the insurance market is hard, carriers will tend to flee that market, which means that the demand is higher because there's just less supply. And so we've been a member of a risk-sharing pool for decades now, and so in a lot of ways, we're able to sort of mitigate that to some extent, and we tend to have higher limits for less prices than our neighbors. But it is a tough market for all municipalities out there, for sure.
I'm airing out my frustrations. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I thank you for walking us through it.
We feel your frustrations, absolutely.
I'm done, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Takahashi, I think you had a follow-up.
I did, but it's 10 o'clock, so I think I'm going to hold on to this question until next meeting. It's not urgent. I also
Got it.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Anyone else? I'm going to try to just ask the relevant ones, keeping in mind on the hour. Ms. Clark, quick question for you. In tonight's In tonight's presentation of the proclamation, I think you mentioned there have been 1,722 Public Records Act requests processed by your office.
That's
in the
correct.
last year.
That was the external.
Is that a costly endeavor? I mean, obviously, we're happy to do it. It's the public's right to know, but is that, I'm assuming there's some hard costs that are borne by that, especially those who like to repeatedly come back and make the request.
Sure. It involves staff time. It involves resources, sometimes research. We do have the public portal, so people can begin searching for some things on their own, but we're still getting, obviously, a significant number of requests.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're
Just a
welcome.
good reminder that we can all do our part to help save the city costs, I suppose.
Thank you.
What about the status of the recurring arts fund? I think who'd be the right person to answer that one? Probably Ms. Garcia. The question I'm getting at is I believe we're in year 1 or 2, maybe 2 at this point of a 4-year plan.
That's correct. We're in year 2 of a 4-year plan. So as the council may recall, there was $200,000 that was in an endowment for arts. And the plan was to allocate those funds over 4 years. And at the 3.5-year mark, we'd evaluate the program and see how we would move forward. So yes, we're in year 2.
Okay, so I assume it'll be for budget time next year. The council will probably review how it's going and if it's successful, if there's a permanent funding stream.
Correct.
Okay, that's good for now. Thank you. Let's see here. Ms. Becker, I think this is probably for you. And if you don't have this information tonight, maybe we could just package it for when we come back. I'd be curious to look at a chart or a graph looking at the growth of the general fund portion of our overall budget between, let's say, fiscal year 2020, 2021 to the present.
So I'm going to tell you there's 2 different ways to look at the general fund budget. And what I gave you tonight, that 10.6% increase, which does seem like a lot, that was the total general fund budget. Sometimes it's better to look at it in a sense of the recurring general fund budget, because we may have a lot of large one-time items in the budget. For example, what's driving part of the increase from last year to this year is we've doubled the contributions for our pension funding plan, which is in the budget. So you're going to see that extra $6 million thrown in the general fund, which you didn't see the year before. So that's a great investment to make on a one-time funding, but that doesn't necessarily mean that our overall expenses are increasing by 1%. It's just the total budget went from year to year. So I'm happy to come back and bring you a recurring comparison, a recurring to recurring budget, which will have definitely a different number.
Thank you for the clarification, and I think that's a better way to look at it. I agree, the recurring structure. So thank you.
I could probably do that math in about 5 minutes or so, but I don't have it off the cuff right now.
I'll spare you a couple weeks.
Awesome.
That's
Thank
great.
you.
I guess in terms of asks, I'll just say a couple great ideas from my colleagues here. Agree with the ask about Leadership Burbank. To the Vice Mayor's point about the Girl Fire Camp, samesies, great idea. I suppose my question, though, would be in terms of, look, our budget is always looking at how we want to grow and expand. Mr. City Manager, for 2 weeks from now, I'd like one paragraph from each department on just what we're doing to help save costs wherever we can. It doesn't need to be incredibly detailed, but I do think it's good to be in the practice because I know all of our departments are trying to save money where they can, and we don't often, in my humble opinion, convey that story as well as we could to the public. So if we could just get a small paragraph, 3-4 sentences from each department, what each of them are doing, I think that would be a nice portion of the story to tell.
Okay, 1 paragraph per. We'll do it.
Keep it under 5 pages, okay? Great, all right. I'm being mindful of your workload, okay? 3 to 4 sentences. I'll draft it for you if you need help. We got it. And then in terms of budget asks that aren't already in there, out of fairness, we had a similar event proposal last year. I would like a budget white paper on a $15,000 expenditure to support Pride in the Park. I would also like a budget white paper discussion only, right? Looking at a potential partnership, funding to create a Go Pass program in collaboration with the BUSD. Metro bus passes for students, something like that. Let's see what we can come up with. And I think that's all I got. Anyone else? Great. Well, we have 4 more items. I don't know if we're going to get through all these presentations tonight. Let's take a 5-minute break and send some staff members home. One. All right, everyone, welcome back. Welcome back. All right, we are going to continue forward with our budget presentations. Ms. Clark, it's about, 10:17 p.m. Just want to note for the record that Councilmember Anthony has left for the evening. Vice Mayor will be joining us shortly, so we still have a quorum. Mr. Lilio, I believe you're here for Burbank Water and Power. Commence with the presentation, please.
All right, well, while the presentation is coming up, good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, and honorable City Council members. So tonight, staff is presenting to you the 24-25 BWP, Burbank Water and Power budget. Referenced moving forward, I'm just going to refer to Burbank Water and Power as BWP, so everyone knows. Staff presented the 24-25 budget to our BWP board in February and again in March, where it was unanimously approved by the BWP board. Before I move on to the next slide, I would like to share BWP's three operating pillars: sustainability, reliability, and affordability. These are the three key pillars of commitment to our ratepayers that drive the budget process. So last year, City Council approved 2 years of rates for both the electric and water funds. For fiscal year 23-24, that rate increase went July 1st, 23. The second year, which council already approved last year, is going to be implemented July 1st, 2024, and it's 8% for electric and 9% for the water. Rates for the next 2-year cycle will be developed towards the end of 2024. So we'll be coming to council to discuss that towards the end of this calendar year. These rate increases were driven by investments in sustainability and reliability. Under sustainability, BWP is required by state mandate to be 60% greenhouse gas-free by 2030. We are actively working on contracts to deliver more renewable energy to our community. It's important to note that renewable energy is more expensive than the traditional coal and natural gas. So that is something to keep in mind. And this does put upward pressures on rates. Okay, so we are committed to delivering reliable electricity and water. So BWP has been successful in maintaining exceptional reliability. Our electric BWP is an elite company with a diamond level designation from the American Public Power Association's RP3, which is Reliable Public Power Provider program. Only about 100 public utility agencies in the nation out of the 2,000 have this diamond designation. So again, we're an elite company. The RP3 is a designation awarded to public utilities for exceptional performance and reliability, safety, workforce development, and system improvement. On the water side, we continue to be near 100% reliable, which is great. Not every agency can say that. We also hold a AAA bond rating. This is the highest debt rating for a utility that recognizes good governance, strong fiscal policy, and stable financial outlook. And when we do go bond, it helps us keep those interest rates low. So BWP must remain resilient. With the 24-25 rate increase, reserves for the electric fund will be above our minimum reserve policy. However, they will not be at the recommended reserve policy. So we'll have to continue looking at rates moving forward with the electric side. The water fund will be at the recommended reserve levels with the 24-25 rate increase. Recommended reserve levels are essential in order to be prepared for natural disaster resiliency, housing development readiness, which is critical to meet state housing mandates, and managing debt capacity to ensure favorable bond ratings and the ability to continue to bond when necessary. Insufficient electric rate increases in prior years has resulted in a 33% loss in reserves over 4 years, and there'll be a subsequent slide that gets into this in more detail. So delivering a sustainable future, BWP is committed to delivering a sustainable future. For 24-25, BWP is planning to meet our annual target of 45% renewable energy, and that's by the end of this calendar year. BWP continues to actively look for short-term and long-term contracts to ensure we meet our renewable energy targets through 2030. This coming year, the Water Department will be advancing a direct potable water reuse pilot program, which is funded with a $450,000 grant. Also, $7 million is budgeted to be spent on our Community for Sustainable Programs, education, and outreach. Okay, so safeguarding our vulnerable populations. BWP's third pillar is affordability. And we understand that these rate increases are significant for some members in our community. There are various programs BWP has to ensure that the rate increases can remain affordable for our most vulnerable populations. They're listed here on the slide, but I'm only going to touch on some of the most utilized ones. So we do have our Lifeline Rate Assistance, which gives qualifying customers 40% off their electric bill and exempts them from the utility user tax on the bill. Burbank Utility Service Subsidy Program, or also known as the BUS program, which gives qualifying customers 12% off their electric bill. Project Share, which gives qualifying customers struggling with affordability a one-time $100 bill credit for their utility bill. BWP also offers payment arrangements for those struggling to make their bills in full. We also have a home improvement program that offers home assessments and tips on reducing energy consumption in your home. We also offer rebates on ACs, refrigerators, thermostats, pool pumps, EV chargers, sod replacement, and etc. And all these programs and the details can be found on our website at burbankwaterandpower.com. So I suggest constituents, ratepayers go and look at those programs and see if they qualify. And of course, they can always call our customer service hotline for assistance as well. So at the April 26, 2022 City Council meeting, City Council directed staff to complete a 2-year budget. So BWP staff did develop a 2-year budget, first time ever, which was completed last year in April. This was supported unanimously by the BWP board in April of 2023. So this slide conveys a significant message. There is no change in the total budget authority to the second year of the budget, which was developed originally last year. However, there are budgetary changes within the funds between different categories, and I'll get into detail in a subsequent slide. These were driven by increases in greenhouse gas energy markets, regulatory mandates, and increases in labor costs. So SCAPA increases. We do have budget authority for Southern California Public Power Authority, we're also referred to as SCAPA, for our SCAPA-owned projects, which are the Magnolia Power Project, or MPP, and Titan Hydro Project. The increases were driven by energy transport costs and operational costs, primarily increases in labor. MPP participants include the cities of Anaheim, Burbank, Cerritos, Colton, Glendale, and Pasadena, and then Titan participants include Burbank and Glendale. While the cost to operate MPP and Titan is increasing for SCAPA's participants, the cost to BWP that filters down is remaining budget neutral. So this slide is a snapshot starting from the top left of the slide, moving across to the right, of the fiscal year 23-24 adopted budget for BWP's various funds totaling $415 million, followed by the original 24-25 budget, which was developed over a year ago, totaling $423.9 million. That's only a 2% increase from 23 to 24. And finally, the revised proposed 24-25 budget totaling $425 million, which is only a 1% increase, which again is not impacting BWP, only the SCAPA participants and Titan participants. The fiscal year 24-25 proposed budget for the electric, water, communications, and street lighting funds remains budget neutral at $330.8 million, $51.3 million, $4.4 million, and $5.9 million respectively. So City Council approved tiers of rate increases, and staff is committed to keep the budget neutral in order to keep rates aligned with the proposed budget and avoid dipping into reserves. MPP and Titan are SCAPR projects and reimbursed by the project participants. So 23-24 unexpected events and expenses. We had higher than expected costs associated with SB 100 and SB 1020 compliance. These are state requirements to get to zero carbon energy resources. We had the Warner Station fire, which obviously was not expected nor budgeted. CARB compliance cap for the reduction of GHG emissions. CalPERS pension not meeting their investment returns. And higher than expected inflation for utility industry parts, materials, equipment, chemicals, and supplies. So as previously mentioned, the electric fund remained budget neutral. However, there were many hours invested in combing through the line item details in order to achieve this. So what you see here is the budget increases on the left side, so the left table, were just under $10 million. The largest increase is due to the rising cost of renewables, which is about $6.5 million, and then CARB regulatory compliance, which is just under $1.9 million. Staff was tasked with identifying areas within their budgets that would offset this $10 million increase in the electric fund in order to stay committed, again, to the 24-25 budget. As reflected on the table on the right, $10 million in budget reductions were achieved. The largest reduction being $4 million reduction to the fuel, which is natural gas purchases, due to falling natural gas prices. And that just started occurring this fiscal year. Also, a $4 million reduction to market power purchases due to lower market prices compared to the prior budget, and a $933,000 reduction due to implemented business efficiencies that were identified by each division team budget, or budget team, and vetted by our senior leadership. So these are ongoing reductions to the budget, $933,000 identified. Moving on to the water, there were $548,000 in budget increases, as reflected on the table on the left, primarily driven by MOU increases and increases to the general liability insurance program. These increases were offset by budget reductions in shared costs, in shared service costs, reductions in cities' allocation of administrative costs, and a reduction in depreciation expense, also a reduction in the 24-25 capital plan of $31,000. So changes to our capital plan. BWP decided to strategically defer a $4.7 million budget to the Media District 12 kV project. We will rebudget this project in fiscal year 25-26, and we are proposing transferring these funds to the following efforts which have a higher priority for 24-25. So replacing the damaged A2 transformer at Warner that caught fire and was damaged beyond repair, replacing the deteriorating switches at the San Jose station, replacing the failed bus duct at Burbank A1 and A2 transformers, and rebuilding the damaged and unusable electric conduits within the Burbank Bridge. So additionally, we are redirecting capital outlay funds from the purchase of meters to the purchase of transformers. And for the water fund, there were no changes to the capital project plan. So staffing updates. So we do have 4 new FTE that we are requesting, and it's to the customer service department. So unfortunately, service levels have fallen as workload has increased due to new commercial development, residential dwelling units being added, new energy efficiency programs being added, water conservation and payment assistance programs. For example, hold times have tripled with some customers waiting as long as 30 or 40 minutes. And this has not happened, I'm sorry, this has happened routinely, unfortunately. This is not acceptable customer service. In addition, BWP is on the path to energizing more than 2,000 new residential units in the next 3 to 4 years. So this will also put additional pressure on customer service. So customers are on hold for far too long. Therefore, staff is proposing upgrading 2 part-time customer service positions, making them full-time, and adding 3 brand-new customer service positions to improve their service levels and deliver an excellent customer service experience to our valued ratepayers. And then in addition to the 4 new FTEs, as Jennifer Becker previously mentioned in her presentation, we are also asking for a new utility assistant attorney and a new purchasing buyer, which again, Jen Becker did touch on details on that. Okay, so I am going to turn it over to Stella Colomia now. She's the acting chief financial officer.
Thank you, Joe, and good evening. Stella Clumian, Acting Chief Financial Officer, here to present the remainder of our budget. Let's delve right into the details with this first slide, which represents the 5-year forecast for the electric fund. Over the next 5 years, the electric fund plans to spend $273 million on capital. This slide shows historical, current, and forecasted electric cash reserves. As Joe mentioned previously, cash dramatically dropped over a 4-year period from $84 million in fiscal year 18-19 to $56 million in 22-23. That was over a 33% loss in reserves, partially driven by 0 to 1% rate increases during that time, as depicted by the percentages at the bottom of the graph. If these rates would have continued past 2022, the electric utility could have faced insolvency. While we do exceed the minimum reserve level in fiscal year 23-24 as a result of the 2023 bond issuance, the reserve levels will dip down as we start spending the bond proceeds on capital. We do plan to reach the lower end of recommended reserve levels by the end of fiscal year 28-29. Having sufficient cash reserves is imperative. For some perspective, the 1994 Northridge earthquake resulted in $17 million worth of damages throughout the city, half of which affected BWP. In today's dollars, that's equivalent to about $36 million citywide and about $18 million towards the utility. Listed on this slide are potential costs that we are considering for the future, some of which are regulatory driven. These costs, estimated to be between $320 million and $525 million, are not included in the proposed budgets in front of you today and were not included in the cash forecast on the previous slide. Just for comparison, about a 1% rate increase generates about $2 million in additional revenues. While we have accounted for renewable price increases, it's difficult to predict price increases in advance. We'll need to build out more transmission and add more local solar and storage to our portfolio. There's consideration for possible additional pension liability prepayments, as Ms. Becker previously alluded to, and we'll be looking into replacing the olive units with renewable peaker units. And we'll be reevaluating our future staffing needs. Moving on to the water fund, this slide summarizes the water fund's proposed 5-year capital plan, and over the next 5 years, the water fund plans to spend $41.6 million on capital. This slide shows historical, current, and forecasted water cash reserves. We reached the recommended reserve levels in fiscal year 22-23 as a result of the 2021 bond issuance. However, we will dip down as we spend those bond proceeds. We do plan on reaching the recommended reserve levels by the end of fiscal year 27-28. Similar to the electric fund, there are some things we are looking into but are not built into the budgets in front of you tonight. For the water fund, these are estimated to be roughly about $5 to $6 million, and they're not included in the cash slide we just previously looked at. For comparison, a 1% rate increase in the water fund generates about $400,000 in additional revenues. We are considering a 33% increase in the pipeline replacement rate. We will be assessing needed future staffing to support increased workload. We anticipate revenue loss associated with the unpredictability of the climate, and MWD's approved rate increases actually came in higher than what we had budgeted. We do anticipate future regulations and permit requirements to treat new and emerging contaminants, and we are considering additional pension liability payments. It is helpful to see how our bills compare to neighboring utilities. This slide shows bills for average residential customers for both BWP and our neighboring utilities. The green bars show the bills of our peers using their current rates, and the blue bar shows the bill for Burbank customers. The yellow segments show bill impacts from approved rate increases to be implemented in fiscal year 24-25, and the red segments show impacts for approved increases in fiscal year 25-26. The absence of yellow or red bars does not mean that the utility does not have rate increases. It just means they have not announced those rate increases yet. We see that Burbank's bill is fourth from the bottom. If the utilities were stacked in order of current rates, we would be third from the bottom, below LADWP. Our utility peers are feeling the same cost pressures we are. Riverside recently passed 5 years of rate increases, and Glendale recently approved 3 years of rate increases, which would raise average residential rates by 18.7% in 2024, 14.2% in 2025, and 13.6% in 2026. This slide shows one of the benchmarks that we use to track water bills across our peers. It is for medium-sized homes using 12,000 gallons. The green bars show the bills of our peer utilities using their current water rates, and the blue bar shows the bill for Burbank customers. Again, the yellow and red segments are proposed rate increases, and those that do not have them have not announced their rate increases yet. For this level of water consumption, Burbank is the lowest in the region, even with the upcoming rate increase. The electric cost adjustment charge, also known as the ECAC, covers the cost of purchasing and procuring electricity. Similarly, the water cost adjustment charge, or WCAC, covers the cost of procuring and purchasing water. BWP's general manager has authority specified in the BMC, the rules and regs, and the fee schedule to adjust this fee up or down by 10% every month. BWP has not exercised this authority in the past. However, we are positioning ourselves to be able to trigger the ECAC and or the WCAC if the cost of purchasing and procuring electricity and or water exceed our ECAC and WCAC revenues. BWP has taken the initiative to segregate out these line items on the utility bills for transparency. In the event that BWP determines that these rates need to be adjusted, we will be informing City Council and our ratepayers in advance. Similar to the request the mayor had not too long ago, earlier today, BWP did look at ways we are saving costs, avoiding costs, and offsetting revenue increases. We do continue to do this on a regular basis. This slide shows the efforts of staff over the last 12 months, and you can see just over the last 12 months, staff has saved the utility over $33.8 million. Additionally, we are continuously looking for revenue streams to help offset rate increases. This slide lists some of the revenue streams BWP leverages to help minimize the need for rate increases. So that's grants, wholesale trading, revenues from One Burbank, and the like. In 2009, BWP received a $12 million grant from the Department of Energy for the Smart Grid program. Over the next decade or so, we received several various smaller grants. In 2021, we became very active searching for grant opportunities. We even worked with the state to request funds for customers who had bills in arrears. This fiscal year to date, we have received a $14 million Cal OES grant to assist with the seismic retrofit of water pipes, and BWP, on behalf of SCAPA for the Magnolia Power Project, just received a grant for $36 million for grid reliability. BWP has been active in submitting grant proposals to help offset future costs and to fund projects, and we currently have over $53 million in grants submitted awaiting approval decisions. BWP staff is committed to the 3 pillars Mr. Lilio mentioned earlier: reliability, sustainability, and affordability. And by actively pursuing these grants, BWP is helping keep rates affordable. And with that, that concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Great. Thank you very much. One-time call for any public comment. Okay, no one wants to comment. Said I did now. Any questions? Well, maybe he wants to comment. Does anyone seriously want a public comment? Anyone? Going once, going twice. Okay. Questions? Comments? Please, we'll take food orders too.
First of all, right. First of all, thank you so much for the presentation and all the work that you put into the budget and cost reductions. And a huge kudos to the grants. This last graph just really shows the work that you've put into grants and the impact it's had on your budget and on the budget potentially for next year. And looking ahead at that, the increase in cost is just part of what we're looking forward to. So these grants are going to help be part of our budget. So I just want to give a kudos for that. And great presentation.
Any other questions? Oh, yeah, Councilmember Mullins.
Thank you. I do have a comment and then a quick question. On slide 14, page 7, I do want to thank you for acknowledging the long wait time for customers to go through your line and actually speak to someone that can assist them. I personally brought that to staff's attention, and they did explain to me the situation. So I'm so glad, and I'm absolutely supportive of what you're trying to do here, and as far as increasing the staff to allow for less time for customers to be on hold for such a long time. So I do want to acknowledge that, and I appreciate you bringing that forward because it is a reality. There's an overwhelming of calls that are coming in. So thank you for that. The question I have, has the budget been impacted in the water, specifically water budget, by the conservation that we had by watering once a week and then for a long time? And I know now we're back up to two times a week. But I'm assuming that really reduces the amount of water that people use. So in return, the revenue would be impacted. Has that been significantly impacted?
I wouldn't use the term significantly impacted, but it definitely has impacted the revenues. And that has been incorporated into the 2 years of rate increases that were reflected on slide number 2. That we're anticipating that the sustainable water ordinance is going to remain in place, either at stage 3 at its current position, which is only watering 2 days a week during the summer, 1 during the winter, or even going back to stage 2, which still restricts watering just 3 days a week during the summer.
So then in return, we're going to continue seeing perhaps an increase in the water rate because we're being really good and trying to conserve water?
Yeah, unfortunately, with any utility, whether it's the water or electric side, there are fixed costs that obviously have to be paid for. And in our rate structure, we're only recouping about 17-18% of our fixed costs in our rate structure. So as we conserve, we are not recouping enough revenue to cover our fixed costs. So yes, that is an issue that we do have to address long term.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, just one question. I know you all were uplifting. I'm going to be the Debbie Downer. How much total, do we have an estimate of how much total on slide 10 with all of these unexpected events and expenses? How much did that cost us?
You know, Vice Mayor, I don't have a total dollar amount for you right now, but when we come back to discuss the budget, I believe it's in 2 weeks, I can have that number for you.
Yeah, definitely, or an email, or, any communication would be fine. I'm just curious. That's my only question. Thank you for putting this together.
Thank you both very much for the presentation. Just one question. We're kind of in our second year here of our maiden voyage on the biennial budgeting process. I know if Councilmember Frutos were here, Mayor Frutos, he would say that, and I agreed with him, that there's a lot of value in doing that because you're taking away some of the uncertainty in those election years when people are concerned about the rates. I guess my question to the utility is, how is it working out from your perspective so far? Are you finding it to be as valuable as you thought it might be? Are there unanticipated challenges with a 2-year budget?
So we did poll our staff who are heavily involved, in the budget process. In fact, we did a whole Kaizen process on this budget process. But the feedback was there is a significant amount of labor hours that were saved in updating the second year budget compared to if we just did 1 year at a time. And looking at the rate perspective, it's much easier to approve 2 years at a time versus 1 year at a time.
That's great to hear. Thanks for that feedback. I hope it continues, and it seems like you're doing a great job with really leaning on that reliability and certainty that the 2-year budget provides. So that's really great.
Absolutely.
Anyone else have any follow-up questions? Great. Well, thank you both so much. And yes, Mr. City Manager.
What I wanted to say was, considering the lateness of time, we have 2 more presentations, sewer and refuse, that we'd like to do. They're each about 5 to 8 minutes, and then we'd like to be done for this portion of the budget, so we get you out around 11 o'clock. So if that's amenable, I know there's some people staying here in case we were going to do the special revenues, but I'd like to cut them loose if that's okay with
Let's
staff.
do that, colleagues, if you're all amenable to it. So anyone who's not here to talk about the 2 items, feel free to go home. Thank you for staying so late. Can I also get a motion to extend past 11 if needed?
I'll move to extend past 11 p.m.
But not a lot, please.
Okay, I'll construe that as a second. We have a motion and a second.
And we're going to time you for that
All in
5
favor,
minutes.
raise your hands. Show it on screen so we can all see the far. There we go. Passes 4-0. Councilmember Anthony absent. And welcome.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and get started just with the introduction as I pull up the presentation. Good evening, Mayor Schultz and council members. I'm Steve Walker, Assistant Public Works Director of Wastewater Systems. I will be presenting the fiscal year 24-25 budget for the Water Reclamation and Sewer Enterprise Fund, also known as Fund 494. We'll begin with a fund overview comparing the adopted budget for fiscal year 23-24 on the left with the proposed budget for fiscal year 24-25 on the right. As you can see, the total budget for fiscal year 24-25 is approximately $25.6 million, which represents an increase from the prior year of about $3.6 million or 16%. This is mainly due to capital projects at the Burbank Water Reclamation Plant, including proposed upgrades to the process control system and laboratory ventilation system needed for safety. The total budget includes the following 3 categories: capital funding, shown in red, at about $5.3 million, materials, supplies, and services, or MS&S, shown in orange, at about $17.8 million, and third, salaries and benefits, shown in green, at about $2.5 million. The total sewer fund revenues for fiscal year 24-25 are estimated at approximately $21.6 million, which represents an increase from the prior year of about $750,000. The total expenses for fiscal year 24-25, including encumbrances and depreciation, are estimated at approximately $20.2 million. With the highlighted changes to revenue and expenses, the sewer fund is projected to have a positive change in net position of $1.4 million for fiscal year 24-25. The cash reserves for the sewer fund continue to be healthy. The beginning cash balance for fiscal year 24-25 is estimated to be about $22 million, with a positive change in net position that we discussed, and after depreciation and obligations, it's estimated that the fund will have an ending cash balance of approximately $21.1 million. The required reserves for financial policies, which include 60 days working capital and funds for future capital construction, are approximately $9.5 million. In addition, the reserves for Hyperion Sewer are approximately $2.1 million. Burbank does continue to make payments to the City of LA, which we will discuss in more detail later in the presentation. In summary, the estimated unrestricted cash balance for fiscal year 24-25 is $9.6 million. Similar to fiscal year 23-24, the council approved a 4% rate increase in sewer rates for fiscal year 24-25, and this is the second year of a 2-year rate plan for sewer as well. Previously, in fiscal year 22-23, there was a 2% increase, and there were no sewer rate increases in 2021 or 21-22 due to the pandemic. The rate increases are needed to provide the following for projected cost increases: for contractual charges from the City of LA for the conveyance, treatment, and disposal of wastewater, capital improvement projects, inflationary impacts to labor, chemical, and electrical costs to operate the Burbank Water Reclamation Plant and the sewer collection system. In addition, it will help ensure that we maintain the proper fund reserve balances. With the recommended increase, the monthly flat rate for sewer services for single-family residential properties will be $28.31 in fiscal year 24-25, which represents an increase of about $1 per month over the prior year. This chart provides a comparison of Burbank sewer rates versus inflation over 5 years. For reference, the inflation metric used is the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers, or CPIU, which represents the price of goods and services purchased by urban consumers. It can be seen in the chart that for all fiscal years, Burbank sewer rates, shown in blue, remain lower than inflation, shown in red. Our goal is to keep rates at the level required to ensure that we have a financially stable enterprise fund and allowing us to provide safe and reliable wastewater services. This chart provides a comparison of sewer rates for single-family residential properties in fiscal year 24-25 between Burbank and other cities in Southern California that have generally similar wastewater systems. As you can see, Burbank's proposed rate of $28.31 continues to be lower than most cities in the region and significantly lower than LA and San Diego. We have been able to operate the sewer system efficiently to keep rates low for Burbank residents and businesses. In addition, we've made capital improvements to the collection system, the plant, which improve system reliability while keeping rates very competitive. Sewer service charges are necessary to cover the cost for operations and maintenance of a variety of facilities in the wastewater system, including the collection system, 2 sewer pump stations, and the Burbank Water Reclamation Plant, which is operated under a contract. There are numerous regulatory compliance requirements that have to be met under 2 NPDES permits, one for the treatment plant process and the other for the production of recycled water. In addition, in 24-25, Public Works will continue implementing the city's new NPDES permit for the treatment process at the plant, which was issued by the Regional Water Quality Control Board and became effective on January 1st, 2024. The city's collection system performs the city's collection systems crew, performs hydrojet cleaning and root cutting on 230 miles of city sewer pipelines and maintains 3,800 sewer manholes. I want to highlight that Burbank had only 1 sanitary sewer overflow, or SSO, in 2023 and no SSO so far in 2024. Thanks to the diligent efforts of our sewer crew, these are excellent statistics for the city the size of Burbank. Typically, other cities would see probably in the range of 10 SSOs per year. And credit goes out to our sewer crew for that great work. The photo on the left shows the combo truck, which has jet flush and vacuum capabilities and is used for sewer maintenance. The sewer crew also performs CCTV video inspections on numerous city sewer mains to evaluate pipe conditions so repairs can be prioritized and completed when necessary. And the photo on the right shows the CCTV van used for that work. Next, I'll highlight 3 capital improvement projects. First, the Providencia Phase 2 sewer improvements, which joins the completed Phase 1 project near the new IKEA, and will provide pipe capacity upgrades. The alignment continues under the I-5 freeway and MTA right-of-way, and then along Providencia and Varney Street. Construction is currently 90% complete, with about 200 feet of pipe left to install. We have experienced some delays due to unmarked utilities and additional SCRRA railroad requirements for work in their right-of-way, and construction is scheduled for completion in June 2024. Construction contract was previously awarded by council in the amount of $2.8 million. Second CIP is the Riverside Sewer Improvement Project, which is located along Riverside Drive between Bob Hope Drive and Beechwood Drive. It will provide pipe capacity upgrades, and construction will take place in 2 phases. Scope of work for Phase 1 includes sewer line upsizing from Buena Vista to Beechwood, and Phase 2 includes pipe upsizing between Bob Hope and Buena Vista, and that work in Phase 2 will commence after permits are obtained from both LADWP and LA Department of Rec and Parks. Engineering design for this work is about 90% complete, and the Phase 1 project is scheduled to be advertised for construction in fall 2024, with construction from winter 2024 to spring 2025, and the estimated construction cost for Phase 1 is about $4 million. And the third CIP project is the Chandler Sewer Improvements Phase 1 project, which is located between California Street and Lake Street. It will also provide pipe capacity upgrades. The estimated cost for design is approximately $500,000 and was previously funded. Design work started in fiscal year 23-24 and is scheduled to be completed in 24-25. Construction is scheduled to begin in 25-26 and be completed in 26-27 with an estimated cost of $5.7 million. And that brings the total project cost to approximately $6.2 million. Next, we'll cover 2 studies. The first, the Focus Sewer Capacity Technical Study, is a joint effort with CDD related to the downtown TOD, Golden State, and Media District specific plan areas. HDR Engineering has completed the flow monitoring phase and is working on infrastructure modeling to evaluate potential impacts to the collection system and the treatment plant from future housing development at key opportunity sites around the city. The study is scheduled to be completed in fall 2024. And then in addition, HDR is concurrently working on the city's sewer system management plan, or SSMP, update. This update will address the statewide waste discharge requirements that became effective on June 5th, 2023. The sewer capacity needs of the Rancho specific plan will also be evaluated. Recommended funding for the SSMP update Phase 2 is included in fiscal year 24-25 budget in the amount of about $400,000 from the Sewer Enterprise Fund, and that work is scheduled to be completed in spring of 2025. Our Public Works team has had numerous negotiation meetings with the City of LA staff between 2019 and late 2023 regarding the LA Hyperion Sewer ongoing flow and billing dispute. I'm pleased to report that to date, Burbank has made payments to LA, which total approximately $29.4 million, and Burbank's recent payment for the current year, fiscal year 23-24, included estimated charges in the amount of $2.67 million. It should be noted that Burbank is maintaining the Hyperion Reserve Fund in the event that additional payments are required to resolve the matter. In conclusion, the 4% sewer rate increase for fiscal year 24-25 that was approved by council during the prior budget year is sufficient. Are there any questions or comments?
Thank you for your presentation. Just doing a quick call for any public comment. Okay, no public comment. Questions, colleagues? Anyone? My only question is same question I asked Burbank Water and Power. How's the 2-year budget cycle working for you?
It's working well.
Okay, so you're happy with it?
We are.
Want to keep doing it?
Definitely.
Okay, I'm satisfied. Good work.
Excellent. So next we have John Molinar, who will present the budget for the Refuse Enterprise Fund.
Thank you very much. Mr. Molinar, come on down.
Oh, got it. I'm not functioning well.
I'm ready.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Schultz and Burbank City Council. I'm John Molinar, Assistant Public Works Director over Streets and Waste Management. It's a new title, so I have to get used to saying that still. And I'm here to present the refuse budget. I'll start with an overview of the refuse budget. The left column represents last fiscal year and the right column this fiscal year. Each column is made up of 3 categories broken down by color. Red portions are capital expenditures, orange materials, supplies, and services, and green salaries and benefits. As you can see, the overall 24-25 refuse budget is about 27% less than the 23-24 budget. This is strictly due to a decrease in capital spending by deferring the landfill project, while recurring costs such as materials, supplies, and services and salaries increase about 1% and 8% respectively. The cost increases in materials, supplies, and services are for consultant supplies and supplies needed to comply with the recurring costs of state and local mandates. Salary increases are for approved MOU pay rates as well as retention pay for solid waste truck operators. Our financial sheet, which is the next slide, shows total revenues increasing about 2% this year over last year's budget. This is primarily due to an expected drop in interest revenue offset by this fiscal year's 6% rate increase. Both last fiscal year and this fiscal year, our expenses exceeded revenues. However, as you can see by our change in net position, which is small in comparison with the overall $22 million fund, we are seeing results of sound fiscal management. So even though we run a pretty lean operation, we will need to continue to find efficiencies, cut expenses, and raise rates as necessary in the years to come. Our cash reserve sheet shows that we start the year with a balance of $37 million and end with a balance of about $34.7 million. Note that the ending cash balance in fiscal year 23-24 doesn't match our beginning balance in fiscal year 24-25, and that's because we had intended to construct a $13 million project, which we have deferred. At the bottom of the slide, you can see that our reserves for financial policies and capital purchases are about $11.4 million, and our landfill closure reserves are at about $19.3 million. As you know, last year council approved rates in a 2-year cycle, which we like very much. Thank you. And we applied a 6% increase last year, and we'll be applying a 6% increase this year. However, in the prior 7 years, there had been only 2 1% rate increases, 1 2% increase, and 1 4% increase. With this year's increase, a typical household will be paying an additional $2.22 per month. That accounts for nearly 2/3 of our residential customers. Looking ahead to next year, we see increases in order to catch up and keep up with the demands brought on by state and local mandates coupled with inflation. We are doing our best to help ratepayers by increasing rates in the smallest increments possible. So how do our rates hold up against inflation? On this chart, the blue columns are Burbank's rates, and the orange columns represent what the rates would be if we had followed the Consumer Price Index for Urban Consumers, or CPIU, the automatic rate adjustment set for refuse rates. The calculations for the numbers on the chart both were started at the same point in 2011, and then the applicable percentages were applied each year. Even though we have back-to-back 6% increases, Burbank's rate increases will have averaged only 2.2% per year, while the CPIU would have averaged 3.3% per year. That means a typical customer will still be paying $6.10 less per month this year than they would be if we had been using the CPIU to increase rates. Now let's compare rates. Our city solid waste section is unique because we have our own landfill and many other things other solid waste haulers don't have. For instance, Pasadena has no landfill, and they have different commercial hauling system as well as progressive fines and fees to offset revenues. Glendale has recently franchised commercial collections, and they were subsidizing their fees by selling tonnage at their landfill, which is now set to close in 2025. Now they have implemented a significant number of rate increases over the coming years to offset the loss of that landfill revenue. And as you can see, their rates are going to surpass ours this year. San Francisco charges individually for all of their containers, and Los Angeles charges individually for the recycle and organics carts, and their numbers have really gone up. Burbank will most likely be introducing more progressive fines and fees and individual rates for recycled and organics carts in the coming years to ensure that everyone pays their fair share. So what services do our fees cover? Our solid waste collection operation collects trash, organics, and recyclables, and they also provide weekly bulky item collection, which includes Christmas trees, electronic waste, and appliances and mattresses, averaging over 19,000 bulky collections per year. Our recycle center operations are now bearing an even heavier responsibility. Our recycling coordinator must direct city solid waste collections as well as private haulers to ensure that we remain in compliance with mandates and report back to the state. Some of these responsibilities include SB 1383 compliance, AB 341 compliance, the recyclable processing contract, universal waste collection, and the plastics reduction ordinance. Our landfill operations also bear a heavy responsibility. They must ensure that we report and remain in compliance with at least 8 state and federal regulatory agencies, all while ensuring that we are operating efficiently and minimizing our airspace utilization to keep the landfill open for as long as possible. And it's in the mid-90s right now. That means, in the mid-90 years left of landfill lifetime. As always, our street sweepers follow within 2 business days of trash collection to ensure our streets stay clean and we are in compliance with stormwater mandates. Though we hold rates as low as possible, we will need increases in the next few years. The things that drive our increases are compliance with state and local mandates, salary and benefit increases and PERS contributions, capital purchases of equipment, vehicles, carts, and bins, upcoming capital projects, the set aside for future landfill closure, and insurance costs. We are doing our best to incrementally smooth rates over time to avoid large increases. So let's switch to another one of our drivers, upcoming capital projects. We are deferring our large $13 million liner expansion project for the time being to buy time while we seek permitting of our composting site. We have changed our plans from placing the composting site on our active landfill, which was the original plan, to our closed landfill number 2. The location on landfill number 2 is more desirable and less restrictive to landfill operations. In order to do this, we will need to construct a small liner project on the southeast corner of the active landfill that is estimated to cost $1.4 million. We will need this newly lined area to place trash so that we have time to properly implement our composting program. At Landfill 2, we believe that we will be able to in place an enclosed composting system as pictured in the slide. This type of system will allow for better control of the composting process and also allow for better control of odors. It will most likely take several years to obtain the permitting that will allow us to design and construct our composting operation. So that wraps up the refuse budget. Thank you for your time, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any public comment? Anyone at all? Okay, no public comment. Any questions? Yeah, go for it.
So I know you mentioned that rates may be going up to be more competitive, the cans, right? Which one right now is the most expensive, your trash, your recycling, or the green can?
It is bundled into just the trash rate.
Okay, but what's more expensive for us to handle of those 3 things? Is it trash, is it recycling, or is it composting?
Interesting. Well, I would say trash because we landfill our trash. But we do haul the green waste. It costs about $1.5 million to haul the green waste out of town.
But it's all part of the integrated source reduction and recycling.
It is. Thank you.
Say that 3 times fast.
I appreciate that. I was just trying to find out if it's more expensive for me to throw away a cabbage or put it in the green can.
Oh. Well, please put it in the green can.
Oh, I will. I will. Thank you for that.
Okay, well, at least now we all know what to do with the cabbage. Fair enough. Any other questions? Please.
Thank you. So just to confirm, the service fees that we charge are for all 3 cans bundled together. The black, the blue, and the green covers all 3 cans. The fee covers all 3.
Yes, for our residential customers, yes. For commercial, since we've had to add green carts where we used to just have trash bins. Now there's a separate fee for recycling and for organics for business customers. But
Okay,
that's
so-
a very small part of our business.
Yeah, because most business customers, or most businesses have private haulers, right?
Yeah, we cover about 10%.
Okay, so with the private haulers, do they use our landfill too?
No.
Where do they take it?
They take it to either their own facility if they're an owner, or to Sunshine or Chiquita, which we don't know what's going to happen with them in the future.
Okay, so for now, we're the only ones, our haulers are the only ones that use our landfill.
Yes.
Okay, that's good. And then about the composting, really quick question. Right now, do we still have the composting facility behind, or the area for composting behind Starlight Bowl? Is that still, or is that?
That was a little pilot that we put together, like our composting, our recycle center folks put together. No, we took that out because it wasn't really being maintained, because it takes a bit to maintain that type of system.
Yeah.
So no, that's not there any longer.
Okay.
But that was just for event materials.
Okay.
Anyhow, it was just sort of an experiment.
Got it. Okay. And so you're looking at creating a composting facility here in Burbank.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Very excited about it.
Yeah, that's exciting. And it would be the level of composting where we can still throw all of our food in the green. We don't have to be careful, because before we had to be very careful what we put in it because the composting was sensitive, but now we can kind of just put most of our food in there.
Yes. That's based upon, I'm going to put a little caveat in there that there may be a time where we want to take all the food and take it somewhere else based on new technologies and things like that.
Okay.
So I would say yes, though. At this point, we want to put all the food in there, we want to compost it, and we want to be able to give it to everybody.
Great.
Give it back.
That's great. So it's a large scale, I think it's this industrial level composting.
I guess you could call it that.
You
We'd
can
be
put your
pretty
pizza
small
box-
compared to most composters, but,
Okay.
we just want to take the 90 tons a day we take in here, so.
Yeah. That's great, because I think that what makes composting a little, easier and accessible is that it's less complicated if it's just simple throwing it away versus figuring out which one is the right one. Yeah. So great. That's great news. But my last question is, does that trajectory impact the plan for the landfill? Does it make it complicated for the long-term plan for the landfill lifespan and making sure that we can have both in the city?
Yeah, time is sort of my enemy here. But what happened here is we've been working on getting the permitting we were going to put it up on top of the top deck, kind of where the Falconer is. Since you've been up there, you know where the Falconer kind of runs around. And time was our enemy, and we just don't have time for that anymore. We have to do this other project to kind of be able to start filling another area while we're getting the other part of the composting permitted still. And actually, landfill 2 was our first choice anyhow. It's got more space. It's a place where we can do more. We can do different technology, which is what I pictured on the slide. So that's all enclosed, and we can do odor control and all kinds of fun things.
Great. Thank you.
Any questions? No? Mr. Molinar, I'm not going to let you go home without a gift. So I understand you like the 2-year budget. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you like it, sir?
Oh. I'm going to give it a solid at least 8.
Okay, so there's room for improvement, but overall,
Well-
pretty happy with it.
Yeah, absolutely. The only thing is oh yeah.
I'm hearing
Yeah,
Mr. Bergman say a 4-year budget. Okay. Well,
No,
let's kick that around.
It's the unexpected things that pop up. Like I had
Yeah.
to, we just budgeted for a shelter, about $500,000 for a shelter for our green waste. Back in December, we approved that. And we're still working on that, of course, but that's an unexpected cost. So then you're like, oh, that's X percent.
Okay.
You know.
Well, when you come back, next year, if you have any thoughts for improvement, if it makes more sense to extend it or shorten it to 18 months, it's a moving target. But I like where we're going with it. Good presentation. Anything else, guys? Nope. All right. Well, thank you all for coming to present tonight, and I believe that's going to end our presentation on the budget, at least for now.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll have internal service funds, special revenue funds next time, along with the capital improvement program.
Outstanding. Well, thank you to everybody who's played a part in putting the budget together. Good stuff tonight. We now move to council comments. So now is the time for any reporting out by council members on committee assignments, attendance at conferences, regional meetings, community events, and pretty much anything else you want to share. So, Councilmember Mullins, I see you grabbing for the mic. Feel free to lead us out.
Thank you. You did see me anxious out there. All right, April 24th, really quick, I attended Senior Citizen Board meeting and Transportation Commission meeting. On the 25th, I attended the Burbank Chamber of Commerce Earth Mother Mixer. What am I saying, Mother? It's late. Earth Month Mixer. At BWP Yard. Here you go, I'm awake. That's what happens when you put me like that. The same evening, attended the Valley Economic Alliance Annual Valley of the Stars Gala, which I think all of us were there. So it was a wonderful event, really good, and we enjoyed it. On May 2nd through May 3rd, we attended, I'm saying my colleagues were there too, the SCAG Regional Conference. And we had lots of good information that we all talked about and shared. So that concludes my week. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Takahashi, I see you going for the mic.
Yeah, I'm going to be quick tonight. Similarly, I attended the Valley Economic Alliance Gala and SCAG. And the highlight, interesting meeting I had is on the 24th, I did a Zoom call with Metrolink along with other electeds along the Antelope Valley line. You may remember that they're double tracking the Antelope Valley line and doing some other upgrades to that line, increasing service. It's getting a lot of attention right now, so I was able to get on that call and find out how they're going and advocate for our station there to get some upgrades from Metrolink at the station. So that was a good update. So yeah, that's it for me.
Great. Vice Mayor, I know a pack of racing horses couldn't keep you away. What'd you do the last week?
What? Okay.
It's turn a phrase.
Anyways, so I also attended the Valley Economic Alliance event on Thursday the 25th, and then on Friday the 26th, I, along with the mayor, had a meeting with Rabbi Mark Sobel. Great discussion. And then on Saturday, April 27th, along with the mayor, attended the Seroptimist International Glendale's 21st Annual Bras for a Cause Gala, which is a great event. If you haven't been able to go, it is phenomenal and supports funds for women who have gone through breast cancer. So it's a great event. Let's see. On Wednesday, May 1st, I'm really excited about this one. I attended the Burbank Glendale Pasadena Regional Housing Trust meeting and represented our city well, and I am now officially the chair of the Burbank Glendale Pasadena Regional Housing Trust.
Yeah.
And before I became chair, I secured, along with our city staff, $3.4 million in funding for our shelter project. So very excited about that. And then right after that, drove down to Palm Desert for SCAG with my colleagues and was also our regional council representative there. So voted alongside our neighboring cities, got to sit next to Calabasas, so was very much amongst Valley friends. And then on Saturday, along with the mayor, attended the opening of the new House of Treasures here on, oh my goodness, what street is that? Do you remember?
Yeah,
Orange
right
Grove.
off
Thank
San
you.
Fernando.
Yeah. So if you haven't gone, it's phenomenal. If you're a comic book nerd like me, if you love Star Wars, head on down. They're phenomenal. It's a great place. And then also attended the Boys and Girls Club Gala along with the mayor and our city manager. And we did not bid on a puppy, much to my chagrin. So close. City puppy, I'm just saying.
We do have an animal shelter, so.
All right. So, samesies to all the things they said. The only thing that was different was Monday, May 6th. I was invited to help swear in the new board of the Burbank Coordinating Council, so congratulations to all the incoming officers and board members. So that's it. Now is the time for the introduction of additional agenda items. Does anybody have any items they'd like to introduce? Okay, Councilmember Mullins.
Thank you. If the city manager can send home a report or paper regarding the state housing bills or in mid-session, I looked up really quickly Bill AB 22438, which is an amendment to AB 2011. So there's a series of new bills that I have, and I'm happy to pass those on to you so you could see, just give an update to where we at, what's happening, are they moving forward or not, because they will have an impact on our housing studies that we're doing in the city. Thank you.
Absolutely. We could provide an informational memo and list out what the bills are and if we've taken any positions supporting or against.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Takahashi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd like to ask for a memo for either next month or the meeting after that includes a spreadsheet of the grant funds that we've received from Ferguson Group federal level grant funds, so we can get a good idea.
So that would just be a memo?
Yeah, a memo.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, just to have information.
Informational memo, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. And then also I'd like to ask for a first step report to create a task force for a replacement Olive Bridge and transportation hub connecting the downtown Burbank rail and bus station.
All right, that would be a first step to consider if you wanted to do that.
All right, Vice Mayor, anything?
I've given staff enough
Okay.
for today.
Mr. City Manager, I think this just formalizes what some staff members may already be working on, but for the sake of the record, first step report on opportunities for partnership with the Chamber of Commerce on a Digital Restaurant Association program. So just like to codify that. That's all I have, unless there's anything else. All right, well, thank you everyone for tuning in so late. We now adjourn the meeting in memory of city employee Marcos Gonzalez to Tuesday, May 21st, 2024, for a joint meeting in the council chamber right here, located at 275 East Olive Avenue on the second floor. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.